Okay, we're going to get started. David, if you could stop that screen share, would be brilliant. Thank you so much. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the Adult Autism Thriving Autistic Training on Adult Autism Assessment. We are so excited to be here. This is a joint collaboration between Thriving Autistic and the Adult Autism Practice. My name is Tara O'Donnell-Killen. We're so excited to have you join us today. We're anticipating a day that's going to be packed full of learning, laughs, possibly some tears, but hopefully not ours, and paradigm shifting, meaningful goodness. This is a super special training because it also marks the launch of our brand new book, dun, 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 the world's first adult autism handbook. And I think, as hopefully you all know, that you're entitled to a discount on that book if you wanted to purchase it through the publisher's website. Right now, they have sold out, which is just incredible. It'll be back very shortly in March, and
Okay.
we will
Sorry.
send you an email.
Tara, hang on 1 second. There's some people saying something about sound. Can people hear us? Is everybody able to hear us?
Yeah, everyone can. There's just some people a little confused because they can't see themselves, but we'll get to that in just a sec.
Excellent. Okay. So sorry, Tara. I'm so sorry.
No problem. So just some housekeeping to start. As Davida was saying there, this is a webinar rather than a meeting. So you won't see yourselves and you won't be able to speak, but you'll be able to chat throughout in that chat box there. And we also have an FAQ section. So the chat box will be open throughout the day for you to talk with other participants. It won't be monitored though for questions. So if you have any questions, and we'd love loads of questions to make this as interactive as possible, please enter your questions into the Q&A box and we will try and get to everyone's questions throughout the day. If there are a pile of questions we haven't got to, we're actually going to record a video and then send those to you asynchronously. We're going to run some polls throughout the day as well to get some feedback from you, and these are all anonymous. Also, you can give us feedback throughout the day by using the reaction button below. At the bottom of your screen, if you're on a laptop or computer, you should see emotions, little emoticons that you can click. So it's really important, though, you know that you're not visible, so you can relax back and enjoy the day without worrying about being on cameras. We are recording the session, and it will be made available to you for 30 days after today, so that you can access it. And also for anyone who has joined us today or who is joining via recording, because I know there's lots of people who've booked who are on a far opposite time zone to us here in Dublin, Ireland, and will be accessing this recording afterwards. So that's also why we thought it'd be super important to offer some asynchronous responses to FAQs if anyone has a question who's watching the recording today. Our timing for today, and this is in Irish London time, is this start at 10 a.m. Then we'll have a short break at 11 a.m., a 45-minute lunch between 12:50 and 1:30. And if any of my colleagues can just type that into the chat box, it'd be really helpful for people in case they're missing my words. So 10 a.m. start, short break at 11, 45-minute lunch break at 12:50. And another short break around 2:30, and the plan is we will be done at 4 o'clock. Again, all of these times are in Dublin, London time. So if you require a cert of attendance for this training, we will be happy to facilitate that. Please email Philomena at training@adultautism.ie and she will arrange that for you. And perhaps somebody can type that into the chat box too, so everyone can see that. training@adultautism.ie. And also, if you're interested in the follow-up reflective groups that we will be running, the peer support groups, to put this into practice in your own service, please get in touch with Philomena and she will help you with that. We're a mixed neurotype team of autistic, otherwise neurodivergent, and neurotypical presenters. And we really hope that we're going to be modeling inclusion and accessibility today for you by providing you with a training that encompasses both live elements as well as pre-recorded elements for accessibility. There are captions available if you click the CC button at the bottom of your screen. And as I've said, we will provide this recording following today that'll be available for the next 30 days. We will email it to you. At the end of the training, we will have a survey, and we'd really appreciate if you could just take the 2 or 3 minutes to complete that survey to help us to individualize trainings in future as well, and just consistently improve. And in just a moment, I'm going to share the screen to introduce you to the presenters for the day, and we'll go through the agenda for the training. But first, we wanted to get a sense of who's in this room. So if you wouldn't mind, we're going to start up a poll, and if you could respond, letting us know either what country or what region you're joining us from today, that would be just fantastic that we get a sense of that. Thanks so much. Oh, it's great to see these numbers coming in. We've got people in Australia, Europe, North America, the UK, Ireland.
Fantastic.
It's excellent. And we'll share those results with you now in just a second.
Great, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to share those results. Oh, sorry, we both pressed the button.
Sorry.
I'm going to hand you over to Davida now, who's going to introduce everybody, all of our presenters, and chat about the agenda for the day.
Hi, everyone. I am so happy to be here to be talking about something that we are all so unbelievably passionate about. This book was a labor of love for us, so we're just really excited to be here today to be talking to all of you about it. So to introduce some of our guests, some of our panelists. Hang on, I don't know why that isn't moving now. Here we go. Okay, so I'm Davida Hartman. I'm an adjunct professor at the UCD School of Psychology. I'm clinical director and founder of the Adult Autism Practice and the Children's Clinic. And I'm also very late identified ADHD a few months ago, which was a big surprise to me, despite working in this area for a long time. We have the wonderful Tara O'Donnell-Killen, who you just heard talking, who's founder and CEO of Thriving Autistic and the neurodivergent practitioner community. She's also post-identification support lead in the adult autism practice and was hugely influential from the absolute beginning of the adult autism practice in terms of our development and our ongoing development. We then have Jessica K. Doyle, who's an assistant psychologist at the adult autism practice and director at Thriving Autistic. We have Dr. Maeve Kavanagh, who's principal psychologist at the Adult Autism Practice, and she's founder and co-director of Childversity. She's also been with the Adult Autism Practice from the very start, and again, has been massively influential in how we do things. Dr. Juliana Azevedo is senior clinical psychologist at the Adult Autism Practice in the HSC, also been with us almost from the very start at the Adult Autism Practice, and the wonderful Dr. Anna Day, senior clinical psychologist at the Adult Autism Practice. So as Tara said, here's the contents of what we're going to be talking about today. We're going to start, well, Tara has already started off with the introduction. We're going to have a video now from Dr. Anna Day. At 11 o'clock, we're going to have a break. Then myself and Tara are going to do a really brief introduction to neuro-affirmative practice and what that means. We're going to have a video then from Jessica about the autistic neurotype. We're going to break for lunch at we're going to have questions and answers at 12:30, break for lunch at 12:50. We'll come back, I'll talk a little bit, 5 minutes about the adult autism practice. Then Juliana and Maeve are going to talk about how to undertake an assessment that is neuro-affirmative. And then Tara will talk to you about post-identification support. And then we'll have plenty of time then for questions and answers at the end. And I should say that it was very hard. There is so much in the book that is not in these contents. There is a huge amount of considerations around so many different areas. So please don't think that the things that we talk about today is all the contents of the book, because there is so much more that we couldn't possibly fit into a day. We'd probably be here for a week, more than a week, if we tried to get everything done. Okay, so before we show Anna's video, we're just going to do a brief check-in about knowledge around neuro-affirmative concepts. So we're going to do a quick poll now. Hang on 1 second. We'll go back. Oh, thank you. Just to see where it is in the room, because what we have found really exciting, because we've been lecturing on this to universities within Ireland, and providing training on this internationally for maybe a year, since we started, maybe 2 years. And we have just been absolutely blown away by the progression since the first time when we started talking about these concepts. And it was so new to everybody, and the language new and the concepts were new. And now when we lecture, there's always a few people in the room who are really on board and delighted to be there. And so it's been we're in a massive period of change around these areas that is just really, really exciting for us to see in a very short space of time. Okay, so I can see people just great. I'll share the results there now in a minute. I think everybody has, okay, so I'm just going to end the poll now and share the results. Okay, great. So that's really helpful for us. So we'll really try hard to support the people who are really new to this concept. And we're also we're very aware that there's a lot of people in the room that are extremely knowledgeable about this concept as well. So we'll really try to, you know, help and pitch it so that all of you will get support in those areas.
Fantastic.
Yeah, brilliant.
Stop that sharing then, if you like, and we can move on with Anna's video.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thanks so much for giving us an idea of where you're all at with this information. It's really, really helpful.
Okay.
I'm Anna. I'm an autistic clinical psychologist. I'm a parent to an autistic daughter. I'm passionate about advocating for autistic rights in services and education. I'm looking off to the right because I've got my other laptop here. I'm being Schrodinger's psychologist today. I'm simultaneously here and not here. Part of the process and yet not. And that is great. Why? Because here we have a beautiful example of what it is to be neuro-affirmative in practice. You've already heard or will be hearing from my lovely colleagues about what it means to be neuro-affirmative and why we all need to make and keep working on that shift. Now, in some spaces, it can be really hard to occupy that space as a very out autistic person and clinician. I've been dismissed as an anarchist or granular, and I have reclaimed those terms, because it's difficult when people are used to a deficit framing of autism, to them being the expert, of being the arbiters of what is typical and what is not, to then be met by an openly autistic person who somehow defies these limited notions of what being autistic is. If we have a lens of assumed neuronormativity, places constraints on the ability of autistic clinicians to be out in their work, or on the ability of autistic parents or people to be heard and listened to within mental health and education systems. And that's understandable. If what people's understanding about autism is all about deficit, then there's a really big internal piece to do about shifting how we conceptualise what autistic means, to embrace the neurodiversity paradigm, and then shift everything about our practice, from our thinking about autistic experience to every communication we have, how we approach clinical assessment and follow-up. But in a beautiful example of how our environments and systems around us enable us to flourish and be authentically autistic, there are ways of doing things differently. And that is the adult autism practice, where we're a mixed team of neurotypical, autistic, and otherwise neurodivergent practitioners, not only working with our clients and our clinical work in a neuro-affirmative framework, but also how we work together. So I offer myself up as an example of this in action. Life being what it is, it's taken some unexpected twists and turns recently. or as my daughter and I call it, life has been rather lively. So that means, whilst my passion to be here, presenting, indulging my joy of working alongside my colleagues and sharing the joy of working alongside my community in co-identifying their autistic identity is alive and on fire. Equally, I don't have the spoons to deliver this live. So what to do? What do we do? If you have an approach that doesn't recognise and embrace fluctuating needs, but there's many different ways to communicate and contribute, whether that's in session, in this training, or indeed in wider society, my options would have been dichotomous. Either I take part in the day fully, in doing all the preparing, all the delivering in person, the cost being I'm not checking in with my own needs and I'm spending spoons I simply don't have, or I don't take part. The other way, the one that acknowledges and accommodates my current communication preferences or my needs, is that I participate in an adapted way which suits what I need right now. We are just going to take a quick detour into language and think about why terms such as high or low functioning are meaningless and unhelpful. They're global pronouncements about how someone allegedly functions. But even if we think about functioning in neurotypical people, are you able to do the same things to the same extent every single day? What if we say that to be a high functioning neurotypical person, and let's choose something arbitrary, because autistic people are compared to arbitrary notions of what it is to be typical every day. Let's say a high functioning neurotypical person is someone who does a full day's work and then runs every night. So far so good, but that's achievable, right? But what if we say to be high functioning, you have to run a half marathon every night, and you're going to start thinking, but what about my rest days? What about a day when I want to swim or I want to read or I just want to watch TV because I'm tired, what my daughter and I would call flooping, or I've got a late meeting, or I've got an injury or whatever. And then we say, no, you didn't run that half marathon, so you're not high functioning. So where does that leave you? Does that mean you're low functioning? You'll see that's ridiculous. How can I be judged as low functioning because I needed a rest day from my daily half marathon? And yet that's what happens when autistic people receive labels of high or low functioning. Often one area of our functioning is taken as a determinant of our overall selves. But of course there's many different aspects to our lives, and to take just one and make a global announcement about someone's needs is nonsensical. So taking me here, if we were to buy into functioning language, and I think you'll get the idea that that sale is not happening, does the fact that my current energy levels means that live delivery does not work for me, does that make me low functioning? Or when I have medical appointments, I tend not to use spoken word, but use text apps to communicate. Does that make me low functioning? Of course not. Here I am, albeit in a way that is meeting my needs, taking part in the training, being a practicing clinical psychologist, author with these amazing people on our amazing book, and working on other academic texts. So does that now make me high functioning? Well, no. And the answer is no, because we all have fluctuating support needs. And that is the language we should be using about ourselves and the people we work with. Our support needs vary depending on the domain, whether that's around sensory needs, communication, learning a new skill, whatever. And they fluctuate against time. So when we think about language, which the other presenters will come on to, remember this: as well as ditching the deficit, ditch levels of functioning. It's not helpful, it's reductive. I can be simultaneously non-speaking, often taken as a marker of low functioning, and yet writing prolifically. What is important is remembering that our needs fluctuate across different areas, across time, and even within the same day. And that's a really, really important message to convey to the people we work with, because often they come to us having been told stories that you can't be autistic, you're too high functioning, you work, you're in a relationship, you're X, you're Y, or whatever it is that is seen as a marker of high functioning. So looping back to how I participate in this training, being a neuro-affirmative practice, we've gone with the option that meets my current needs, that allows me to engage in the way that I have spoons for. So here we are, exemplifying neuro-affirmative practice in our own delivery of this training. How? By making some simple tweaks. So my current communication preferences is largely written, so engaging in the planning process by text, not by Zoom meetings. By working around my caring responsibilities and need to work flexibly, by me focusing on resources, for example, for you to take away from this session. Using asynchronous communication, i.e. me recording this in advance rather than delivering live. Incidentally, asynchronous communication is the way forward and how I communicate socially with friends if we were to use spoken language. That means no phone calls. Who does phone calls? But what we will do is leave voice notes and converse that way. So it manages our mutual spoons, it gives us time for auditory processing and reflection. Or if it's too noisy that day for us, we can't manage noise, we'll go back to text. So I'm delivering this in the way that I would prefer to communicate socially. And as I'm delivering and been preparing it, I'm checking in with myself and following the guidance we'd be giving clients preparing for a session. So I'm giving myself time to think ahead, to write down ideas before I record it. I'm making sure I'm wearing comfortable clothes. I don't want to be distracted by itchy labels or fabric that feels confining. I'm finding myself a quiet space that's not full of bright light. I've deliberately chosen to sit on the floor to record because then I can move freely, I can stim, I can fidget because I need movement to focus. I'm making sure I've got some fidgets with me because again, they help me focus. So you probably notice we have this one and I have a whole array. We have a lovely middle one. We have a great one in session, quite silent, not too beepy. I have a lovely spinny one. Maybe not one I'd use in the session because it unscrews and they fly across the floor. Some visual stims, very lovely. I don't care, I'm a grown-up. I might have Elmo. Something soft and fluffy. Who doesn't love Elmo? I'm making sure I have some water with me. I'm going to be welcoming any stims and movements because I want clients to know that their stims and movements are welcome. I'm noting I could take a break in recording if I want to, the same as that I want clients to know that they can take a break in session if they need one, whether that's just to move, to take 5 or whatever they need to do. If I'm lucky, I'll have a feline join me and we'll encourage clients to have a furry friend with them if they want one. In fact, I have one behind my screen, although one of my other cats will prove very distracting, so sometimes I might have to encourage him to go cat elsewhere. So hopefully from this and all the material we present today, you'll see that in many ways, whilst making the paradigm shift to neuro-affirmative practice is an ongoing, radical and big shift that requires really committing and embracing the neurodiversity paradigm, learning from the autistic community, thinking about systemic injustices, including I can never say this, how violence is created through knowledge, let's go with that, and how autistic voices largely have to fight to be heard. Equally, it is not difficult. You can make simple, straightforward changes to how you think about autistic experience and how you approach your clinical work. Every step taken is a step further than you were. And you're already on that journey because you're here today. So yes, it's a huge undertaking, and yet paradoxically, it's not. You're here, you're wanting to learn, develop, do things differently. And in many ways, that's the biggest piece done, recognizing that there is another way. Just as there are many ways to be in the world, there are different ways to approach the formal identification of autistic experience. That does not mean repeating rhetorics of deficiency and deficit, whilst still adhering to DSM and ICD. There is, of course, an irony that to formally claim our neurology, we have to go through a process that is ultimately driven by criteria developed by the perceived neuromajority. But we're going to sit with that, acknowledge the systemic injustices of that, and work with what we've got, which right now is DSM and ICD. We're going to show you how to work within those criteria respectfully and in a way that looks at how much does this person's experiences align with being autistic, rather than how much of a broken neurotypical are they. And that is the message that dominant models give, albeit unintentionally. We are going to sit with that. Know that we have all started that shift in practice somewhere, that we are all in different places, and if we feel uncomfortable with old ways of working, then let's be kind to ourselves and remember we did the best we could do with what we knew at the time. We all do things for good reasons. Thinking develops, we can change and learn. All is good. So what I'm saying is, if you feel twinges of discomfort, that's amazing, it's fabulous. Embrace and nurture that, because that is what's going to change a driving practice. Discomfort is where the learning is. We have to push past that point to get where we're going. And that's what we're going to do. So a good example would be, my current passion in life is inversions and arm balances in yoga. Particularly crow, when you're balancing on your hands and fly. Feels impossible, right? But what I've learned is, to get to the point where the balance is, i.e. taking flight, you have to get to the point of allowing yourself to go past the point of imbalance. And that is where the balance is. So, because I'm having a movement break, so we all try to do like, oh no, mister, I can't, how am I going to get my feet off the ground? Totally not going to work. And then we get to the point, we think, oh gosh, I'm going to head face plane, and really I'm going to hit my head. And then we think, no, that's fine, we're going to tilt. And then we think we're going to fall, and we're not going to. We are there. And sometimes you face plane, it's fine. What do? We note it. We get back up again. And we think, okay, that time my balance was a bit off. That's fine. And we are just going to keep going. Like, no, I need a bit more. I didn't go push far enough. And I'm fine with that. Okay. There we go. Then I had a movement break. So each time you pick yourself up, you learn again. And once you get cray in yoga, you keep on going, because it's endless transitions. I'm not going to demonstrate those because that's when I will fall over. But you can do that, then you open up the world, because why not have another movement break? Let's think what else we could do. We could kind of do a firefly. Briefly. Got my movement break in. The same way that beginning to work in a neuro-affirmative way is going to open up the richness of autistic experience. Start engaging with writing by autistic activists and researchers, embracing critical autism studies. So let's strap in. We're going to start with some autoethnography, a reflection on the driving force behind my shift to how I conceptualised what it is to be autistic and in my clinical work. Might be unusual to start professional training with a personal story, but what does unusual even mean when we think about notions of perceived normativity? Whether it's neuronormativity, heteronormativity, temporal normativity, so by that I mean developmental trajectories. All of those constructions rely on the comparison of one to the other, where what is unusual is located against what is usual. And those with more power and privilege are typically the arbiters of what is usual. The usual way of doing things, the usual way of defining constructs and redefining again and again and again and reinforcing what is usual. And by virtue of that, what is unusual. So given our way of working and our book, it's amazing, seeks to challenge the usual medical model and deficit-based assessments of autistic identity that prevail throughout services, I am choosing to subvert the start of this training by not starting with a clinical or academic summary of why a shift of neuro-affirmative practice is so important. And we will get there. Just sit with the waiting. Oh, the waiting, and the waiting that pervades the process of seeking formal identification. We're going to start with a story. Why? Because when our clients come to us for assessment, they are offering us the most precious gift of sharing their stories and the opportunity to work with them. And by then, most people will most have likely have fought to be heard, to secure that appointment with us. And the way you do that typically does not focus on the wonders and the beauty and the sheer magic of this unique person and their way of being in the world, but on stories of what they can't do, won't do. And that's usually from a neurotypical gaze on what is expected, what's the right way to act, what's the right way to communicate, what's the right way to be in a relationship. And that takes courage. It takes tenacity. It takes great bravery to offer yourself up or your child for what can feel like the most intense scrutiny. And so I offer the story of the autistic identification process for my own child, from my experience, not hers, because that is her story, not mine to tell. But I choose to do so because we ask our clients or families to expose themselves and take a risk because the process is a vulnerable one. And in the spirit of honouring and respecting that gift of trust, I choose to share a personal story and step outside the usual boundaries. And so we circle back again to what is usual, what purpose does it serve, and how do we push back to redefine that. Now, I'm sharing my experience as a reflection of the rawness of the process because this is what we seek to support you in moving away from. The discovery of autistic identity and how it's identified, framed and shared with the person we're working with will be a fundamental part of their life story. As clinicians working within medical frames, it's very easy to take the power and be the narrator in that chapter of the person's story, even if we don't do so deliberately or consciously. Within a medical-based model, it's very easy to become the narrator in how we conduct that assessment, how we frame autistic experience, how we discuss autistic identity. And that narrator role might be brief, but as we know from any book, any chapter leads on to the next and the next and the next. And the threads we establish in that story will echo throughout all the subsequent ones. So we are encouraging you not to be the narrator, but be the co-author with the person you're working with. Collaboration is vital and discovery should be a co-created experience. So for now, let's leave the professional space or gaze and join me in an autistic gaze on the experience of autistic identification for my child. I don't apologise for any mask slips. It's raw, it's authentic. I seek to live an authentic autistic life, and that means being fully, utterly myself. So where do I start? Where? When? How far back do we need to go? to make sense. I will circle, and for that I do not apologise. I don't think in a linear process. I bounce endless tabs open, random pop-ups seeking my attention. That made the assessment process difficult. I think in tangents. I take side streets. I linger with intent, circling around my thoughts, because that guides to how I get to the end. But the clinicians, they want straight answers, clear ticks to the boxes, but I don't communicate like that. And even though they know I'm autistic, I have to mask, and create a linear story that I don't even hold in my own mind, let alone articulate. And I'm filtering, I'm sieving what I need to tell them, trying to find how to articulate it in the way that they want me to, but it doesn't fit with my way of communicating. So I look anxious, because I know that I need to perform the expected way of narrating my child's story and experiences. I have to edit internally as I go along. All the time I'm doing this, I can see my child through the two-way mirror, sitting with the speech and language therapist. And I can see her distress. I can read her through the mirror, and yet I can't reach her. Nor can the therapist. Are they even trying, I wonder? Are they trying to connect with her in how she relates to people, or based on neurotypical conventions? I don't yet know the language of Milton's work on double empathy, but I feel it. I see the mismatch in action. I feel it viscerally. I can see her drawing our cat over and over and over, because we love cats. We love drawing them, reading about them, worshipping them. And I can read the therapist's face. She makes notes, frowning. She doesn't join in the drawing, and she misses a precious moment of connection. And that's later documented as repetitive play, lack of interest in communication. They said she'd be able to see me, but how can she when she's shut down? She can't raise her head. I want to put my hand against the mirror, or tap, or do anything to connect, but that's against the rules. The rules said she had to go alone, and I think that makes no sense, because she's surrounded by bright lights with someone she's only just met, and she pleads desperately with her eyes not to have to go. And I feel I'm letting her down, because her eyes beg me to stay. But I mask, and I play by the rules, and I talk, and I edit myself to the paediatrician and wait for it to be over. The usual assessment questions start with pregnancy. What I don't say, because they didn't ask and I don't know how to say it, is they are not the right questions to understand our story. And they ask about other children, and that's not the right question. Because the right story starts with a very brief chapter that didn't make it past chapter 1, pregnancy. And that's a fundamental part of my story, the endless hiding in sunglasses, walking the streets in tears, before the joy of my second child. I managed to tell them I lost my first baby. They jot down miscarriage, only child. Our story is already being filtered. We gloss over how long it took to get this appointment. The relentless game of pass the parcel around all the different local services. Bouncing to a soundtrack that I have long since tired of. It screeches in my mind because everyone repeats the same. We are not the right service. We finally pass the door into one assessment. But after an observation in school, the clinician declares my child can't be autistic because she picked up a glove and gave it to the teacher, thereby demonstrating that she had theory of mind because she must have been concerned for the child who lost it. And in a very long walk back from the city centre to home, I had a very protracted conversation with that clinician on my mobile, explaining my child likes putting things back where they belong. She's a secret worker at our local superstore. She rearranges shelves when items are out of place. She loves sorting. She loves organising. And that's nothing to do with being concerned about the glove's rightful owner. And of course, I info dump about the problematic nature of theory of mind anyway. But I am wrong and she is right. My child's not autistic, not remotely. Many years later, the therapist becomes involved again briefly, and she apologises for letting my daughter down because of her own lack of knowledge around the diversity of autistic experience. Now, that lack of knowledge cost us years of missed support and understanding, and yet I embrace her apology because it meant she learned, she reflected, and changed her practice. We circle back to the assessment. Eventually, the speech therapist comes back with my child, and we have to swap. So she feeds back to me. So my child's again sent with a different stranger, the paediatrician, where she remains untouchable through the mirror. The speech therapist tells me my child wouldn't engage, she wouldn't talk. So she can't score the formal measures. She can't declare if she's autistic or not because the measure cannot give the answer. Despite the paediatrician returning and declare it is likely she's autistic and it feels like I'm passing an exam, they declare someone else needs to see my child at home where she might be a bit more comfortable and they need her to talk. So we do a bit more waiting. Finally, another speech therapist visits us at home. This time she asks just a few questions, ones that she can draw the answer to, or write, go get a toy, or use anything else she wants you to answer. And from this, she recognises that there is no doubt that my child is autistic. We wait for a few weeks for the formal letter, and when it comes, I dance, because we share our neurology. I always knew we did, but now the system recognises it. But when I read the letter, it's about the wrong child. This letter is about a child who is disordered, who's non-communicative, has complex speech and language difficulties, plays repetitively, perseverates drawing cats, doesn't play imaginatively, is highly anxious, resists change. She has a disorder. They suggest genetic testing because something else might be wrong. And so it goes on and on, each line becoming more and more wrong. Who is this child? This is not my child. My child is a ray of sunshine that bursts forth from clouds of grey. My child is the most perfect human there has ever been, full of giggles, of love and hugs and humour, who loves to read, to spin, to play together, who cares deeply about animals, particularly cats, of course, who is the best person in the world to hang out with, who creates dark and funny stories using real events as a springboard. Their version is not my child. Their post-diagnosis course for parents keeps trying to fracture my version of my child. They repeat stories of deficit disorder and lack of interest in others. I think I annoy them a lot. I debate the narratives of disorder and indulge my granularity, and I highlight the issues with the literature they present. It does not go down well. I'm supposed to listen about the difficulties my child has in communication, but they don't listen when I try and explain how autistic people communicate. They tell us the story that many parents will have been presented with about having expected a luxury holiday in one country, only to have to settle for a meh holiday somewhere else. They may not mean to, but somehow I'm being told to settle for a 2-star holiday somewhere I did not want to go. And I want to shout at them that my child is my 5-star luxury resort. She is exactly as she should be. She is herself. She is. And so began my shift. I dived into reading more from autistic authors about the neurodiversity paradigm. I embraced critical autism studies. I indulged my natural granularity and passion for learning. And what I learned is a whole lot of new ways of thinking and understanding autistic experience, informing both my clinical work and how I approach my life in a neuro-affirmative way. Which brings us to what the day is about, which is to give you a start in developing the knowledge and skills to be able to undertake a neurodiversity affirmative autism assessment and diagnosis, although within a neuro-affirmative frame rather than a medical one. We're going to talk about identification or discovery of autistic identity. Now, whilst many professionals are very well accustomed to conducting autism assessments, they're typically undertaken within a deficit-based framing of autistic experience. And undertaking a neurodiversity affirmative approach is a new and emerging area which many professionals feel ill-equipped to work within, or feel hindered in adopting because of the current systems in which they work. And as we go through the day, our aim is to empower you to make that paradigm shift whilst acknowledging the challenges of working within a system that is inherently deficit-based, providing you with practice points and clinical reflections on how to embed neuro-affirmative principles in your individual practice. That is it from me. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you, Anna, for that so much. I've watched that video before and I still feel like I need to collect myself emotionally because it was so unbelievably powerful and beautiful and devastating. So many things that I want to pull from that to talk about. We're just going to talk, myself and Tara are going to talk for a few minutes now before the break at 11, because very unusually for us, we are a little bit of ahead of time. Very unusual for us.
Absolutely.
I think one of the things I'd like to say about Anna's video there is that you can really see because it's not just an intellectual exercise. I think sometimes when you're working as a clinician for a long time, things can become a bit clinical and you can forget that actually we're not talking about something intellectual here. We're talking about a process, the process itself of the autism assessment or supporting identification. We'll talk about language in a minute. That the old ways of doing it are actually traumatizing to people. They're traumatizing to children and they're traumatizing to their parents, many of whom are autistic themselves. Having been through that process myself with my own children, I have a fully neurodivergent and autistic family myself. And, you know, the assessment that I went through was neuro-affirmative because obviously I chose somebody who was neuro-affirmative, and even still it was such an overwhelming process. And I can't even imagine, as I was watching Anna's video, I was picturing that if I had been through that process in a medical model assessment with my daughter and my son, like how upsetting that would have been. I think also it's good to highlight the fact that we're talking about adult assessment here, but of course with this, you know, we're focusing on adult today, but this is all directly relevant to children. And we'll be having further webinars on child assessments as well, but a lot of the stuff that we're talking about today can be used for child assessments as well.
Yeah. And I think as well, Davida, like I just found watching it, I hadn't seen the full video before, and watching it just really brought home for me my experience as an autistic parent with my 3 autistic children and the initial assessments that my kids went through and how traumatizing they were for us as a family. When they were a little bit older, we had an amazing neuro-affirmative assessment for them, but those initial state-run assessment services that we had finally, you know, fought to get access to, it just the ripple of the emotions and the trauma, the memories of it all just came flooding back to me listening to you, Anna. And I imagine there are people here in this room today who are parents who will have related to that in the same way. It's really just like such a gut punch.
Yeah. Absolutely. And the thing is, it doesn't have to be that way. The methods that we're going to be talking, because myself and Tara are going to be talking about a lot about the theory, and then later we're going to be talking about the practices. But we have found in the adult autism practice, and also in our child practices, because all of us work with children as well, that it can actually be a joyous experience. And it's been such a change for us, for me as a psychologist, the change now to an assessment being a joyous and enjoyable experience, and something that changes families for the better, has just been so wonderful for me professionally in the last few years, this change.
And I think as well, Davida, like that's why the adult autism practice was set up, and that's why Thriving Autistic was set up, because we had experience of the trauma of these medical model approaches and the deficit-based approach, and we wanted to be part of doing something, contributing to something greater than that, and that there was a new way and this community. So it's, while that piece is just so tragic, and the past has been so tragic for many of us, it's really exciting what to see that crossroads and what we can bring to assessment for people, isn't it?
Exactly. And that the feedback from parents and also from adults coming to the adult autism practice is just so overwhelmingly positive. I mean, it's just, feedback after feedback after feedback is thank you so much. It was the first time I felt listened to. The process was amazing. I felt supported. I'm going forth as a proud autistic person. The difference is so phenomenal, the difference.
It is. It's night and day, isn't it?
It really, really is. Yeah.
But we wanted to address, didn't we, some of the terminology, just for people who had said in that poll that they weren't that familiar with this approach. We wanted to have a little chat about that because we're doing great for time. Everyone will be so happy to know.
We've
got 4 minutes.
So for people new to it's so hard because we're always saying this. We're kind of in this world so long that we sometimes forget that the language that we use might be new to some people. So really obvious ones, like we would use the language of preference from the autistic community. So I'm not autistic, I'm ADHD. So I would always be checking in with my autistic colleagues and in with community groups, because it can change as well. The language that we use changes quite rapidly. As we were writing the book, a few months later, we had to go back and change lots of language that we had used. So it's definitely not a static thing. But for example, I mean, the obvious one is that we're using autistic and definitely not with autism or on the spectrum or anything like that. What are some of the others, Tara?
Well, like we've come from diagnosis, to assessment, to now we talk about identification or discovery. So it's so interesting how language is so fluid, and what's respectful is so fluid, and we're learning all the time.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think that's so wonderful what Anna said about that psychologist who apologized. I love to hear that, because I think back and I'm absolutely certain that early on in my career that I missed children that I shouldn't have missed. And I think that the most important thing is exactly like Anna said, that we did our best with what we knew at the time. There wasn't a lot of information at the time about this kind of thing. It was much harder to find information from the autistic community. But I think that now there isn't really any, to me now, there's no excuse to not be aware and not start learning, because the autistic voice is actually very strong. And there is loads of ways of finding out about it. So, but it is a constantly changing process.
Exactly. And I suppose that piece around, when you're suddenly confronted with the idea that what you knew before, what you were doing or what you are doing is considered harmful to a marginalized population. I love what Anna was saying about turn self-compassion in on yourself then, and embrace that discomfort and nurture it in yourself and be kind to yourself, so that it's a learning and you can move forward, because that is the decision you make. Do you become rigid and stuck in where you are and you're the expert and and you're doing it this way, or do you embrace what the marginalized population are saying and learn and move? There's a couple of definitions. Davida, give us a definition for masking, please.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so a definition for masking. So masking is when, and I think the thing with masking is that what people don't realize is that it's not always conscious. So I think that masking is basically like putting on a mask, pretending to be somebody that you are not. So in the context of being autistic, it could be not showing stims, forcing yourself into chit chat that you might not be interested, basically acting neurotypical, pretending to be neurotypical. And so some people would mask consciously, like they might not mask at home, but then they'd go into work and mask. But a lot of people wouldn't even be aware. It's been so ingrained in them from very, if you can think about it, the amount of times a child has been told, look me in the eyes when you're talking, sit still, I don't want to hear about whatever. I'm trying to think, Pokemon wasn't around back then. I'm trying to think of something, you know, all of those kind of things. And so it can be ingrained, but it's massively damaging. If you think about it in terms of, for example, all the research, there is lots of new great autistic-led research on masking. But what I was going to say was, there's a lot of research as well, for example, from the LGBTQ plus community in terms of the dangers of not being your true authentic self. It's really important psychologically for people to be their true authentic self.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kieran Rose, and there's loads of great research out there, autistic-led research around the harms of masking. I used to call it, in my life before I knew I was autistic, I used to call it camouflaging, and I used to think that I was a great chameleon. I used to describe myself as a chameleon. And I felt that I was able to fit in with different groups of people. But my worst nightmare would have been all those groups being together in one room, because I wouldn't have known who to be. Yeah. And I think for a lot of autistic adults, it's that understanding, like trying to figure out who you are underneath what you've created. Somebody in the chat is saying, yes, like a spy in the world. I think that there's so many different experiences like that of trying to fit into the world, not thinking that I never thought I was putting on some mask and trying to be a different person. I just didn't think who I was inherently good enough. So I had to just always try and fit in what other people thought and felt and wanted. So yeah, it can be very much unconscious.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's just 11 o'clock, so we're going to go to break. But if anybody, so we're not going to be, there is going to be Q&A time at the end, just before lunch, and also at the end. So please feel free to put in a Q&A as we go along. And if there's any terminology that we use that people don't understand, please feel free to just ask us, what does that mean? What are you talking about? You know, some quick ones we'll try to answer as we talk as we go along. Some of the team will, and then for other ones we'll wait for the Q&A. So please do feel free to add them there. Okay, so we'll go for a quick 10-minute break. So we'll be back at 11 minutes past 11.
And just say, don't bother using the raise hand thing, because we can't let you speak. So just put in your questions in the Q&A, please.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Brilliant.
Hi, everybody. And apologies, everybody, for my very weird room that I'm in today. It has very strange background, very strange wallpaper, which I would not have chosen to have here for the webinar today, but here we go. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back. So myself and Tara are now going to cover some of the theory and the background behind what it means to be neurodiversity affirmative, including some practical advice around that. And then we're going to take a very quick movement break, and then we're going to show a video from Jessica. So I'm just going to share my screen now.
I know we have a question in the webinar chat, Jen. We're going to get to that later on. And thanks. When Maeve and Juliana are doing the assessment piece, they will get to that question. So any other questions, please feel free, give them to us, and ideally in the Q&A, so we have them all neatly and we don't lose them for later. Thank you.
Yeah. So very quickly, what does it mean to be neurodiversity affirmative? How do we do that? You know, what does it mean? What do we do actually to be neurodiversity affirmative and change our practice that way? So we're going to talk about these each individually, but very quickly, number one is and the most important is reframing autism from a disorder to a neurotype. Everything falls from there. If you get that, and it's a process in your head, but if you get that, everything else will fall into place. Number two, don't pathologize autistic ways of being. Number three, support goals should be co-created and not target autistic ways of being. Number four, the autistic voice should be at the center of everything that you do. Number five, you need to respect autistic culture and identity, and even being aware of autistic culture and identity is the first step. Number six, recognize and embody the value in diversity. Number seven, recognize and embody the value in all disabled lives. Number eight, reject behavior-based compliance approaches. Number nine, reject neurotypical social skills training. Number 10, advocate for systems and environmental changes. And number 11, make fostering a positive autistic identity a priority goal.
Fantastic. So number one, the first thing we wanted to talk about was reframing autism from a disorder to a neurotype. So just inside of your whole being to really unpack that and to look at, why do we think that autism is a disorder in the first place? And, the answer to that is, the reason we even think that is because it's coming out of this idea that there's one particular type of way to be human. There's one particular neurotype that is the gold standard of being a human, and everything else in comparison is a deficit or disordered. So that's coming from this place of privilege, and just simply through the lens of the people who founded our society and the medical model of disability. So Davida, do you want to jump in there too?
Yeah, I mean, I think it can't be emphasized how influential, for example, the DSM-5, the DSM, our criterias, the DSM and the ICD-11 have been in all of our lives as professionals. Because from the very moment that we came into this journey of working in this area, this was presented as fact. Here is a book. This is a disorder. Autism is a disorder, and it's in the book, and these are the reasons why it's a disorder. And I myself never even thought to question that it was a disorder. It was just presented to me as fact. And I know it's often talked about, but one of the things that we need to remember is that homosexuality was in the DSM-5 really not that long ago, and now obviously now it's absolutely ridiculous that it was in the DSM-5. So once you start rethinking, and if you look at even the DSM-5, once we can't even look, it's funny, as a team, it would hurt me now to go back to the DSM-5 and look at the language that is used around the language of disorder that is used in the DSM-5. But when you look at what the list of things in the DSM-5 for what being autistic is, it's all just autistic ways of being. It's all around communication and eye contact and relationships, but none of those things are actually disordered in themselves. It's like they list out, well, here's what it means to be autistic, and typically actually usually a very distressed autistic person, and frame it as a disorder. So it's absolutely vital and that's in all of our heads now. Autism, being autistic, it's no longer a disorder, it's a different neurotype, and it has its strengths and it has its challenges. It's not to say that, because I think one of the common criticisms around the neurodiversity affirmative movement and the neurodiversity affirmative movement is there's a kind of washing of that we're saying that there's absolutely no issues, everything is fine, it's all strengths-based. It's not about that at all. It's just about taking the value judgment away and saying, here's a neurotype. These are the strengths, these are the challenges, this is what it looks like, this is the way this person communicates or is in this world, in the same way as being neurotypical has its strengths and its challenges, and this is a way of being in the world, and ADHD is another way of being in the world. Yeah, was there anything else about that, Tara?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think just as you said there, this is, one of the big misconceptions is that the neurodiversity paradigm rejects this idea of autistic people being disabled. Yeah. And that is a misconception. We don't at all. So we're in reframing autism from a disorder to a neurotype. It doesn't mean we're saying we're not disabled by the environment that we live in. It doesn't mean that at all. It just means, as we're saying here, it's a neurotype, value neutral, just a neurotype, equally valid to any other neurotype, including neurotypical.
Exactly. And it means taking away all that language of deficit, all the language of red flags, deficit, symptoms, if you think about all that language, all of that language is language of disease and disorder.
Yeah. And it all stems from that in that initial, mindset, framing, a lens of seeing one particular type of human as the perfect gold standard way of being human. So that's where everything comes from, that basis. So that's why this is so key, and we start off here with this in every training we do.
Yes, exactly. There's this idea, and it was certainly the idea that I had in my head for a very long time, that there's this perfect brain, that there is a perfect brain, and then something happens to it that is wrong, and that whatever happened to it was autism or ADHD or dyspraxia or dyslexia or any of those kind of things, and this was a bad thing that happened, and therefore we need to get rid of it and we need to remediate those things. So it's moving away from that entirely and just thinking about it in terms of different brains.
Yeah, and exactly as you said, that brings with it then the idea of, oh, well, therefore a bad thing happened to this brain, we need to cure it, or we need to normalize it or fix it. So all of those things can go in the bin when you have a look at seeing, okay, we're changing this to being a neurotype with strengths and challenges, as we're saying, like any neurotype. Then how do we support the person to get to be themselves, use their strengths and minimize their challenges?
Exactly. Yeah. Okay, let me move on.
Yeah.
So again, this ties in exactly, not pathologizing autistic ways of being. And you can absolutely see why this started. For example, it's exactly like I said, the DSM-5. It starts with our criteria, because when you look at the criteria for being autistic in the DSM-5 or the ICD-11, a lot of them, the majority are just autistic ways of being. So if we see, oh, well, here's a manual that presents us with various disorders, including schizophrenia and including all these various disorders. Here's a disorder. Here are the things that make it a disorder. The natural step then, and that's what ABA and all of those kind of things, and social skills training and all of that targeted then is, well, if those are the things that make you autistic, and that's in this manual that makes a disorder, we're now going to target that. So we're going to change your eye contact. We're going to change your communication style. We're going to make you sit still. They're all the obvious ones. We're going to make you act like a neurotypical person. Whereas you can't, I mean, you can make someone act neurotypically. At what cost? Massive, huge mental health cost. But the whole neurodiversity affirmative movement is about, let's really look at what this person needs themselves and what they want in terms of moving forward. And we are going to stop pathologizing anything that is just an autistic way of being. For example, talking at length about a topic that you're really interested in, like Anna was talking about, drawing lots of cats over and over again, making loud noises, stimming. None of those are hurting anybody. None of those are, there's nothing inherently wrong with any of those things, apart from the dominant majority has decided that it's wrong. So it's hugely influential in all our assessment reports with our, when I say assess, sorry. And again, we're working really hard on this movement away of language from assessment, even though it's all over our website, assessment, because that's what people look for. It's a hard one because people are looking for an assessment, but we're really trying to say we're not assessing, we're helping you identify. But in any of our documentation after the identification, we would never, and this is children and adults, we would never have recommendations that would target an autistic way of being. Yeah.
Exactly. And the same in post-identification support that you'll see, I'll talk about later, but we never, ever pathologize autistic ways of being. And that is not what we do, what is needed at all. It's about embracing autistic ways of being and adapting the environment to allow for the autistic way of being, for the autistic person to thrive in the environment. So it's not changing the person, it's changing the environment. That's the core message.
Yes, exactly. And sometimes it's very hard because we are still living in a world where it can be difficult, and certainly in some countries it's actually very dangerous to be fully yourself, your fully neurodivergent self out in public. So it is very difficult. And sometimes, like I was asked once by a psychologist, well, what about, I have a teenage client coming to me and they're autistic, but they want to learn how to act not autistic because they don't want to be bullied in school. So they want to basically hide their autistic self so that they're not bullied in school. And to them, that seemed like a very reasonable request, but I think it's really important to just flip that around in terms of changing the environment and thinking about, well, what if that teenager came to you and was saying, well, I'm gay. And you know what, I don't want anybody knowing I'm gay, and I have to hide every sign that I'm gay, and will you please help me to hide the fact that I'm bisexual, because I don't, because I'm going to be bullied for that. And as professionals, we would now never, of course, we would never work with someone on hiding. We would support them to embrace their identity, to love their identity. We would link them in with groups, LGBTQ plus groups, and we would work as professionals on changing that environment. We would work on who are the people who are bullying them, and we would advocate for change and all of those kind of things. So you can just see how important it is.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And then you see exactly with the autistic person then that what you do is you'd go and you'd recommend that the school needed to have education to adapt the environment of the school.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, go on.
And it's a problem. Yeah.
Oh, and we're just talking about this right now. That's exactly it. We co-create those goals. We don't target autistic ways of being.
Yeah, and very much co-created. So and in turn, the same with our assessments. So our assessments are fully collaborative. And then any post-diagnostic, post-assessment support. So funny, I flip back into the old language so easily. But the post-assessment support, it should never be a professional, certainly, especially if that professional is not autistic, but anyway, but any professional saying, I think these are the goals that you should have. Your goals are to integrate and to learn social chit chat, for example. It should always be co-created with that person. What's meaningful for them? What are the things that in their lives that they would like support on?
Exactly. And there will often always as well be a lot of work unpacking with the person internalized ableism, which we will talk about now. I think actually it's a great place to talk about ableism, is it? Or do we have this? Yeah, because
I think let's talk about it now.
Yeah, because both your client and yourself, like all of us, we've all been brought up with these messages that being able is, and being that perfect, human is the way to be in society, and then anyone who's not that is less than. So we've all been brought up with those messages. So a lot of the work in post-identification support is actually unpacking those messages so the person can be free to be themselves and stop feeling any internalized shame or needing to hide who they are, or trying to push through to their detriment. This is a real special area of yours too, Davida.
Yeah. And I think that in terms of the assessment, that starts from the very, very, very start of the assessment, because if we would do that even from the information on the website down to the intake forms down throughout the assessment, it's a really long process of unpacking all that ableism. And I often still think, catch myself having ableist thoughts about various things. But my point is that a lot of people come in with negative views, even though they're going for the assessment, they will still have quite negative views about being autistic. But through the assessment, through the process, you can help slowly change that by introducing these concepts, by using the language of the autistic community, by not asking, because what you might see, what we would have seen like a while back is, for example, an assessment where all the forms and all the assessment tools are negative. Do you have issues with this? Do you have issues with this? Do you have deafness in this? And then suddenly at the end they're saying, oh, you're autistic and you should be autistic and proud. But obviously the messages all the way along haven't been that. So anyway, we'll be covering that later in assessment. But I suppose it's just to show that the goals should be co-created and not target autistic ways of being, but it's very possible that you will have clients that will be asking you so it's kind of it's a clashing point there in a way. They should be co-created, but it's also your job, like the example with the bisexual gay teenager, that it's also your job as a professional to support people to embrace their identity as well. So yeah,
we'll talk about that later though as well.
Yeah. So
and then ensuring that the autistic voice is at the center of everything you do. And we say voice, not literally. It can be, obviously, the autistic person may use text to communicate. They may use alternative augmentative communication to communicate. So but in everything that you're doing, that you're thinking, and you're moving your service toward this idea that it has to be around what autistic people are saying that they want and that they need. There's such a massive, we can't underestimate what a massive community online there is of autistic adults and teens who are just so expressive about their needs and their wants and what they want from professionals. So whether they be, as I said, like in whatever way they communicate, the ability, I think, of this global community to now find each other through social media. It's been one of the great things of social media, and we often hear about all the bad things about it, but one of the great things has been the ability for minoritized people to communicate and connect with each other online.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think it's really important. So in a really practical way, you know, ensuring the autistic voice is at the center. Like we would never, I mean, it would never have happened that we would have done this book without autistic authors, obviously. Well, it's obvious to us. But now, for example, if I see a book or if I see a research paper or a conference or a charity or anything like that, and now, of course, like I'm ADHD, I'm not autistic. So like it's a little bit rich coming from me. But even with the adult autism practice, I would never have started it without Tara as being such an important collaborator. And actually often when we're making decisions around how we present things on the website, our intake forms, all of that kind of thing, I actually take a step back and let the autistic team members make the decision there in terms of how we're going to communicate this or how we're going to present this. But it's really like, you know, if you're I don't know, if you're asked to donate money to a charity that is shown to, for example, say they support autistic people, you know, look at the board of directors, look at their goals. Are they actually in line with the autistic community? Particularly research. I'm just trying to think of other areas. For example, I would never lecture, never lecture now without an autistic person there if the topic was autism. I might talk, if it's just something generic, it might be me talking, if it's about me or if it's about psychology. But if it's a talk like this, about being autistic, I would always have someone autistic there with me.
Well, because I think the point is that you can't, if you're not autistic, you don't know from the inside because you're not at the center of it. So you need to be led by autistic people. So that's why we say that in everything that we do, we always have, you know, if you're working with a minoritized community, that community is the one who's living it, and they're the ones who know what it's like to live it. And if you, particularly, you know, talking about writing books or whatever, nobody could write a book about this unless they lived it and they were it. So, you know, and being allies, it's magnificent to have allies involved and be there and be part of it. And it's I love our team, that we're such a great mixed neurotype team. It's a really great example of that. But when you see, as you said, like when you see people who've written books about a population that they're not a part of and they haven't had any input, it's just not going to be valuable information. It's not even about it being offensive that these people have thought they have the right to do this and the privilege. It's not even just that. It's that the information isn't going to be good, solid information.
No, and it's not washing anymore. It's not good. I think you could get away, not that you would want, I would want to, but I mean, I'd say people were getting away with it in the past very easily. But now, like for example, recently I saw there was a book published and people were talking about it online. There was the contents were put up online, and you could, I mean, it was so obvious that there had been no autistic involvement in it, and I was really shocked by that. But actually, there was so much. They got so many very, very valid comments from the autistic community that they actually stopped publishing the book. They paused the print run and it was pulled. So it's really, and I just thought, well, I felt, in a way, well, that's a huge learning experience for that author, but I thought things are really changing now for the better, that it's not acceptable anymore to put out information or to do something in the name of the autistic community and not of autistic involvement, which is a huge, really positive step.
Yeah. And then the next step that we need to be part of making sure happens is that all of the people, the intersectionalized identities that exist, they need to be front and center now too, because there's a problem in autism advocacy that most of the voices are white people, and I'm saying that as a white person, that I do so much trying to push forward voices and experiences that are from different marginalized communities, but it's not enough. It's never enough, and we have to do that. And I'm really conscious of that in our work, that we're a group of white people generally, and so we cannot speak for other intersectionalized identities, and that's a real problem, and we really need to to work harder on that and further on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so again, respecting autistic culture and identity. Well, I think the most important for people who are new, because there's a few people who are new to all this, that actually I think there's a large group of people that wouldn't even be aware that there is an autistic culture and identity.
Yeah.
So I think the first thing is to actually be aware of that. Yeah, Tara, do you want to?
Yeah, like I think Twitter is, it's gone haywire at the moment, but it hurts my heart that it's gone haywire, because it's the first place I really got to connect with the autistic community generally, and found out that, wow, we have a whole culture and identity and there's so many people there. So I still recommend it for people to go and find community, because there are still so many of us there. If you do a search for actually autistic, you'll see, if you're autistic yourself, you can participate in that conversation. And if you're not autistic yourself, you can search up Ask Autistics, and you can ask us anything. And those who have the energy, the spoons we call it, will happily answer you. And so just a really wonderful place to start looking and seeing, learning about the culture and the identity. But since, like Thriving Autistic, when I started that, initially, when I found out that I was autistic, I didn't know any other autistic mental health professionals. And but I thought, well, there have to be, because one of the reasons I was so always interested in psychology and therapy was to connect with people, and feeling so very different from others, I wanted to be able to connect with people. So then after getting onto Twitter and finding out, wow, there's this whole massive community who hold dual identities, who are mental health professionals and autistic, or mental health professionals and ADHDers, and different there's this wider neurodivergent community. So this exists, it's there. People meet online. In Thriving Autistic, we have monthly social meetups. We have about 100 people come to every session, and just to hang out with other autistics. There is a very distinct culture that you have to just, I suppose, get online, start to hang out with and learn from, and you'll really become more familiar with us. But our way of communicating, for instance, like we don't tend to do the back and forward chit chat. Generally, we'll more do like a big long piece of information about our interest, and then somebody else jumps in with their interest, and we love to share or to listen. So it's just really fabulous to start to get connected into the community. But it's so important for your clients who are going through an assessment or an identification process with you, that particularly afterwards, at least, that you've connected them strongly in with the community. It's just so core, and it's so freeing to be with people where you feel like you belong for the first time for most of us.
Yeah. And it's so helpful as well as a clinician, because you'll see here, because you'll have so many clients coming to you who are telling their story, their individual stories, and not realizing that so much of their experience in life is very similar to loads of people in their community that they can link into, areas that they might think is very unusual to them. And in actual fact, there's a huge community of people that will be really happy to talk to them about that. And that's a really common thing. Like in general, again, this is a gross generalization, but I would find the autistic community exceptionally accepting as a community of all different types of people. There's a huge acceptance around, for example, gender nonconformity, really big trans community, all of those kind of things. So it's actually, in general, a very accepting community of difference, which is really, I don't know, for people that I know, has been very healing because of previous experiences with not having been accepted for various things.
I think that's so true.
Yeah,
absolutely so true. And exactly that piece, reading things that other people have written that are exactly your own experience. It's just that is maybe locked away in your heart or your mind, that you have never even really expressed to yourself or admitted to yourself that you find challenging, and to read someone else speak about it or talk about it, it's just so illuminating. It can illuminate so many areas of your own life.
Yeah.
And I'm so delighted we're actually doing really well on time. I just noticed.
Brilliant, Tara, we're doing really well.
Doing great.
But this one, so
Everyone really
recognizing and
sure they get
embodying,
lunch.
yeah, the value in diversity. So this is recognizing the value in diversity itself. So if you think about biodiversity, for example, we need biodiversity. We have seen the negative effects when biodiversity is affected. We need different types of brains. We need, you know, teams, like there's a whole, you know, this is very corporate now, but, you know, there's a lot of research around businesses and corporations that actually, it's kind of a buzzword that they need diversity, and obviously that they, sometimes it's done in a kind of not meaningful way, but in actual fact, for progress, for innovation, for change in society, having multiple people in that room thinking about that is massively valuable. So it's about recognizing that we need different types of brains, and that, you know, going back to that, all the different types of brains are equal, but there's value in that, in the diversity itself. Do you have anything else there, Tara?
I think, yeah, no, that's perfect. And it links in with our very first slide again about the reframing, you know, when we're talking about autism, about autistic people, to reframing it from a disorder to a neurotype, that it's this embodying that, you know, really believing and understanding it in your whole being, that there is value in that diversity, that every human on this planet is equal, and that we all deserve an equitable chance to live and thrive and love our lives. We all deserve that. So, you know, as you said, it's just, it's unfortunately become everywhere as a buzzword, you know, diversity, and people equating that like with capitalism, I guess, and this whole idea of like, we have to have diversity in the boardroom, we have to have diversity in the teams, and we have to have that. But that's just so surface level. It's that deep embodiment of really understanding that in your soul, you know, and that moving from that. I know I'm sounding so going away with the fairies here. It's
no, you're right.
And I think it changes everything you do, doesn't it, when you come from that core understanding?
Yeah, it does. But I think it's a process that takes time.
It definitely takes time.
Yeah.
And the key is constantly asking yourself, checking in on your own privilege, and, you know, in any situation, noticing and asking yourself questions around that. And at the very end of this, so we have loads of resources that we're going to be giving you, but one of them is a self-reflection exercise around this, around helping people to recognize their own privilege and just moving forward on that journey to embracing and embodying this core understanding of value and diversity.
Yeah, and that ties in exactly with, and we've already touched on this, but recognizing and embodying the value in all disabled lives.
Yeah,
and I think this again is a massive shift. That is still a process for me. It's still ongoing in my head, but it's really valuing, and it's really about recognizing that, particularly in the Western world. I mean, I know that most people, I think, in the poll there were from UK, Ireland, and North America, but really recognizing that the cultural messages that we have been given about disability are so linked in to capitalism, without us even realizing that we have all these notions that to live a valuable life is to be productive in society, and to not cost money, to not cost the state money in countries where the state gives money or supports people, to not be costly and to be productive. And if you're neither of those things, do you have value in society? And there is plenty of societies across the world where actually disabled people are fully supported, and supported is kind of a power word, but are meaningful members of society. But we have been brought up with a lot of shame. I mean, talking as an Irish person, there's massive shame around disability. It's not something that people would readily admit to. We'd be hiding it. So it's a massive shift in thinking to recognize that it's okay to be disabled. It's okay to say you're disabled. You don't have to there are lots of autistic people that are going to need support, as well as other various neurotypes that are going to need support for the rest of their lives. And you know what? That's actually okay. So that shift is really, really important, and ties in with what we were saying about the kind of the criticism, which is incorrect, about this all about being strengths and superpower. You know, autism is a superpower. That kind of makes me puke now. But yeah, Tara, sorry.
Yeah, no, yeah, look, that's all so spot on. And I think as well, a lot of the time later in life identified adults who have been able to access work, for instance, perhaps, or have some financial stability, they oftentimes, I'll find, don't want to in any way associate with the idea that they might also be disabled. They don't want to even consider it. But often what's happened is that they've had the privilege of being able to make adjustments in their own lives because they have financial privilege. So they may be able to, say, hire someone to come and clean their house for them so they don't have to have the cognitive load of doing that as well as everything else. Or they have someone to cook the meals in their house. So they make different accommodations for themselves that anyone with a disability may need. But because they're perhaps paying for it themselves, they don't associate that with, oh, I'm disabled, or I have a disability, and that's why I need this support. They don't. So it's just so interesting when you take away when you liberate yourself from this idea that there's one particular type of way to be human and everything else is not good enough. When you liberate yourself from that idea and you start to look at all the messages you've been given throughout your life, and all the things that you do to accommodate yourself in your life, the more power and the more privilege you have, the more you can do that without asking anyone else's permission. So, it turns everything on its head, this idea that disability is just one small subsection of people. And the other truth is that most of us, if we get to live till a natural life to an older age, will become disabled anyway at some point.
Yeah. And I think it also ties in with then around the assessment and around support goals for post identification support, in that, well, what is a meaningful life to you? So it not putting our ideas of, you have to get a job, you have to be fully independent. Actually, let's relook at that. How could this person's life help support them in finding out what ways their life could be meaningful, without putting on these kind of capitalist notions of, now obviously people need to be supported, obviously they're going to need money, but it's about what is a meaningful life, what is a meaningful disabled life. It might not be the idea that you have in your head that we've all grown up with of, this is the way that a life is supposed to be.
And I see that a lot working with parents as well, actually, where they might have concerns about teens or younger adults who have been assessed as autistic and who maybe, they have one interest that they're absolutely obsessed with. This is the parents' language, but that the parent wants them to be well-rounded, say. This is such a common thing. But the young person has one particular interest, and they're worried that they spend so much time in their room or at home. And there's all these concerns that people have because we have this idea of, we've been handed this idea certainly in the culture that we live in, that a successful life should look like X, and then our child is living a life Y, that's Y. But so is the child happy? And then the child is really happy, having a great life, loving it. But from the outside, the person might think, wow, that's just not what a successful life is. So that's where, again, co-creating goals, looking at what a success means to you, looking what meaningful living means to the person themselves. Like, that is the value that we all need to be continually working towards, looking at that and seeing that, and even inside ourselves, letting go of our own internalized ideas of what a successful life looks like. And as you said, it's just also tied in with capitalism and with different systems and structures that oppress people.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, this is less relevant for adult population, because I mean, it would be quite rare really that an adult, a late identified adult, would be recommended ABA or behavior-based compliance approaches, but it's still so important to the neurodiversity affirmative movement that we'd be completely remiss if we didn't add it in here. So, I mean, essentially the autistic community fully 100% reject any kind of behavior-based compliance approaches. If you look at them at their core, they are all about making finding ways through compliance of making somebody, usually a child, look like a neurotypical person. So there's massive issues, number one, with having a child be brought under compliance, because there's a massive safety issue in that. I mean, that's only one of the major serious issues. And then number two, there is, like we talked about earlier, more and more research. Like, I think it's unequivocal at the moment in terms of the research around masking, that if you encourage people to mask, it has very significant implications for people's mental health. So there's a complete rejection of this. Now, it is still taught in universities. There are still research papers coming out. You know, I have colleagues that still recommend it, but I would never be recommending it. The Children's Clinic, we would never recommend it for a very long time. I myself worked in an ABA school before I knew better. And I mean, like, I wouldn't even be able to talk about it now. It's extremely shameful for me, the things that we did. I know that there's new iterations of behavior-based compliance approaches which say, well, we're new, we've changed, all of those kind of things. But when you really dig down, when you look at what they're doing, when you look at those research studies and you look at what they're doing, they are still behavior-based compliance approaches, and there's absolutely no need. I mean, the first thing should be the autistic community reject it, so that it should be gone. But clinically, there's absolutely no need to use those approaches. There is many wonderful ways of supporting autistic children without using behavior-based compliance approaches.
Yeah, 100%. But I think as well, it's probably good to say for adults that I do see lots of the time adults being recommended to a behavioral approach, like maybe CBT or DBT, and you know, like I think it's important to note that hopefully third wave people coming through, practitioners are seeing that, you know, there's a structural oppression here. There's all these other difficulties that have to be addressed, rather than just take the neurodivergent person and perform CBT on them and train them how to change the way they think, because it just misses the wider contextual approach of the system that the person is living in and the trauma that they've been exposed to and the difficulties that they have just day to day. So I think like there's those parts of behaviorism that we're 100%, I suppose, much more clear. It's easier to see with things like ABA how much you have to oppose it, but it's still very insidious in third wave behaviorism or second wave behaviorism too.
Yeah, and I think, do you know what? I think that's a really good point, and I don't think that's something that would occur to, because as psychologists in training, now my area of speciality was mostly assessment, not therapy anyway, even though I did do therapy, but the CBT is put forward as this is the most research-based, all of those kind of things, but it was new to me to think about, if you think about what we're talking about, targeting autistic ways of being and autistic ways of thinking, that with CBT, what you're doing is you're imposing neurotypical ways of thinking onto somebody, and how dangerous that actually is. But I think that there would be a lot of very well-meaning people who would have absolutely no clue that's what they were doing, though, Tara. Do you know what I mean?
Oh no, absolutely. Yeah. So like, I think adapted, I've seen some, and I've done it myself, and I've seen other neurodivergent practitioners or those who are neuro-affirmative and who understand all this, adapting their approach, adapting CBT. So adapted approaches, you know, adapted DBT. There's a great autistic practitioner who has written a guidebook on how to adapt DBT for autistic people. I think Sunny Jane, is it? Somebody might know and put it in the chat, but we have it in our resource pack anyway, a note of what it is. But yeah, so adapted versions of these things, or ACT as well, you know, acceptance and commitment therapy. Yeah, Sunny Jane Wise. So there are ways and means to adapt it, but it's just, I suppose I'm making the point that there are other behavioral based compliance approaches that we don't necessarily see unless we're stepping back and going, okay, you know, these approaches were created for neurotypical people, and they're also created without understanding of trauma and systematic injustice that's going on for people.
Yeah, I agree. I completely agree. But I think there is a big sea change, because again, sometimes, like I said, sometimes we feel like we're in our little bubble, neurodiversity affirmative bubble. But actually, when we started talking about, because I would have been very afraid, I've only relatively recently very openly talked out about being quite, I'm going to say ABA, but like compliance-based approaches. I would have been very fearful of doing that, actually, because, you know, I would have, like I said, I would have, you know, very well-respected colleagues who this is their area of speciality. And for me to come out and say this, you know, was a really big deal. And I really, for a long time, absolutely hated ABA, but would have been very afraid to speak out publicly. And if you did speak out publicly, there would be a lot of, I say backlash is a bit strong, but there would certainly be a lot of people saying, well, you know, a lot of comments. But I think there's a massive sea change, because very recently I was at a talk by a young autistic woman called Chloe Hayden in a full auditorium room in Kilkenny, talking about her experiences, and it was full of teachers and parents and young adults. And anyway, somebody asked about ABA, and she said what we're saying, that it's, you know, well, actually we didn't say this, it's like akin to gay conversion therapy. She's completely anti it, the autistic community are completely anti it, and the whole entire room erupted into applause. And I thought, oh my God, like that is such a huge change in, again, such a huge shame in such a short space of time. Yes. So it was so lovely to see. I actually had tears in my, it was very powerful. It was wonderful. So there is movement, mainstream, I suppose, not just in our diversity affirmative bubble. There is movement.
Yeah, there is. And do you know what? Let's just jump in as well with back to what some of Anna's brilliant words earlier. If you're watching this and you have never thought of this before, and you're, you know, you're doing any of these behavioral based approaches with people, and this is really uncomfortable for you to hear us talk about this, please give yourself some kindness and compassion, lean into that feeling, and you know, hopefully that this can help you to move forward, I suppose, with this new information that before you did the best that you could with what you knew, but now you're hearing new information. Please don't reject it. Please embrace it. Be kind to yourself, and wow, you could be such an amazing ally.
Exactly. And also the thing is that you probably learned so many skills that are transferable. It's not about scrapping everything that you've learned. Well, it is about scrapping everything you learned about compliance-based approaches, but certainly there are ways to move and to change your practices that will bring along all the good stuff, and then just adapting the stuff that needs to be adapted. But yeah. Okay.
And this is really very just so it goes so neatly with the last point, and that is, again, I suppose we're saying mostly this is relevant to children, but we do see it with adults too, where they're assigned or told that they need to get social skills training, or even adults who themselves who've recently discovered that they're autistic feel, oh, that explains why I found it difficult to connect with someone. Can I get some social skills training? So we say that, well, they're actually neurotypical social skills training, and no, nobody needs to be told, hey, this is the way you should behave. This is how you should communicate with people. Reject your own way of being and be like that instead. Nobody needs that. So instead, actually, what we do offer in Thriving Autistic, and we've just run an amazing pilot program with a wonderful group of autistic doctors on cross neurotype communication in the medical workplace. So if you think in terms of cultural understanding, learning a different language and looking at it from that perspective, it's perfectly okay to learn a different language. But when you appreciate it, that it's a different language, it's not the language, and that your language, there's something wrong with it. So it's around reframing, again, coming from that that equality perspective, that each of us, our culture is valuable, our culture is valid, our way of communicating as autistic people is valid. Non-autistic people have a different way of communicating that's equally valid, not better or worse, equally valid. And so there's value, if it's something that you're interested in learning a little bit more about the different ways of communicating, both for neurotypical people and for autistic people. But there is no one particular perfect way.
Yeah, Exactly. And that's, I know we're talking about adults today, but you know, for children, for example, that would have been the go-to the minute that a diagnosis was made or a child was identified, you know, number one, get them into a social skills group. So now, well, firstly, they were all completely ineffective anyway, completely ineffective. But also exactly what Tara said, for children, it's the same. So it's all about teaching, well, this person likes to communicate this way, and these people like to communicate this way, these people like to socialize this way, and supporting them to understand each other, and maybe help them in a bit of communicating with the other group, but that all ways are valid. So it's not about saying nobody needs to learn about anybody. Everybody needs to learn about everybody. That's the kind of core message there in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Okay, so advocating for systems and environmental changes. So this was a big shift for me as a psychologist and in my career. I kind of think of that Desmond Tutu quote that we need to stop pulling people out of the river and start seeing why they're falling into the river in the first place. And I think that particularly in the area of supporting autistic people, because what we were doing was so wrong and so damaging, and there was a huge autistic community who were saying what you're doing is so wrong and so damaging, and we need to change as a society, that it's part of our role as clinicians. It was part of my role as a psychologist, not just to do an individual assessment. And even though maybe I could do that individual assessment really well, it wasn't going to be as powerful as if I advocated around me for systems change within whatever team I was in, whether it was the HSE or whether it was now in adult autism practice or in the children's clinic. And it can be in big or small ways. Like, for example, if I'm asked to do a talk, I ask them, are there any autistic organizers? How many autistic people are going to be there? All of those kind of things. Even down to, for example, with my own recent ADHD identification, that, there was a part of me that thought, well, even though I do this all the time and I literally lecture about a positive neurodivergent identity, it took me a while to be able to say I'm ADHD in front of everybody. I was thinking, oh, what are my colleagues are going to say, and all of those kind of things. And ultimately, one of the main things that pushed me was, well, I need to, I have children who are neurodivergent, and what we need to do is change the environment around us. And maybe one of the most powerful things that I can actually do, for not only as a professional and for the autistic community, but even for my own children, is to be openly ADHD, because that's going to change the environment around us. And even when we lectured the other day, and I said I was ADHD, and somebody afterwards came up and said that they had recently been identified as ADHD, and they were so happy to see somebody who was identifying it. So it's all about all the little things. And of course, not everybody's going to be able to do that. It's about small, you can change the environment and the systems around you in very small ways and in big ways. But it is part of our role as professionals to do that, and not just support the clients in front of us.
Yeah, 100%. And I share that, Davida, because that was also a really scary moment for me too. I remember with your website, you saying to me, can I put that you're autistic on it? And me gulping and taking a deep breath and going, okay, do it. And it was like jumping into a really cold swimming pool. And I was really terrified, but similarly, I knew I had to do it if I wanted things to change. And also I recognize my privilege that I work for myself, that I knew that I couldn't be fired because of it, for instance. So I recognize that not everybody has that privilege, but for myself and my kids, I just felt for them to make these changes, for, working in this area, to make these changes, I had to do it. And it was absolutely terrifying at the start, and it's still a bit scary sometimes, particularly in different contexts, like medical contexts, because you do oftentimes then not get taken seriously.
Oh yeah, I have noticed people treat me differently since. Yeah.
So or dismissed and told that you don't look autistic.
Yeah. Oh well, I've had that.
And back again to what Anna was saying earlier about how it fluctuates, and our needs fluctuate at different times and in different days. You'll see that with me later today when I start to run out of speech, which happens to me. It's one of the unfortunate parts that I'd love to let go of, but I haven't been able to. So what is next?
Okay, this is the last one now. Yeah.
Okay, great. We're doing great.
Yeah.
We're going to talk more in depth about this during the post-identification support piece later on after lunch and after the assessment. But just so you know, self-esteem is so core for all of us, for our being. We all need to feel good about ourselves. So fostering that positive neurodivergent identity or positive autistic identity has to be a priority goal in your thinking, even when you're designing your assessment process. So from the very beginning, when people are contacting you, all the way through the whole time that they're with your service or practice or whatever context you're working in, having that core in your thinking is that what you want to get out of this is that you're helping to foster this positive identity on the part of the person that you're working with. Because that's the number one thing that's going to make such a massive difference to their life if they are discovered as autistic, and how they feel about it, how they feel about themselves. It starts with you, with that first contact they have with you, is really going to help either foster this or bury it. So you'll have a lasting impact in their lives, and it's something very precious and to hold very lightly, and it's something very fragile. So it has to be built, especially if you have the honor and the privilege and the opportunity to work with people at the beginning of this part of their journey into understanding their identity. Then having that core urgency inside of you that that you have to help be part of fostering that positive identity as a top goal is key.
Yeah, that was perfect. I have nothing to add there. So we're going to take a quick 2-minute movement break. And I'm going to go run up and down some stairs and eat a biscuit. And we're going to come back with a wonderful Jessica, a video from Jessica on the autistic neurotype.
And then we will have a Q&A, I think, after that. So if you have any questions from what we've just been chatting about, please either add them in the Q&A if you can, or I think some of our friends are helping with the chat.
Yeah.
Hopefully get to them.
Okay.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, everyone.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. This section will be looking at autistic perception, cognition, and communication. It is pre-recorded because I communicate best with the assistance of visuals and colors and sound. And I can do that best through an animation of sorts. And I hope this medium will work best for understanding. So if you do find visuals too much, there is a voiceover throughout, so you should be able to follow it without looking at the screen. It will be a different experience, but still I think should make some sort of sense. There is a poll in the there is a poll in the first part, which you can take part in the same way as the other polls, in the same way that the other polls worked. And as Davida said at the start, I want to repeat that what I'm discussing here is only a section of what is in the book, and there's lots more to the autistic neurotype and lots more in the book. Oh, also, I want to apologize if there's spelling mistakes. I never managed to catch them all. So Davida, can you now share the video, and please check the share computer sound and optimize for video is checked before sharing the video. Thank you. These days we hear a lot about sensory, but it is often only used as a buzzword to describe things to do with autistic people or ADHD, or about sensory rooms or sensitivities, aversions, hyposensitive, hypersensitive, etc. But sensory is so much more than that. Sensory relates to all of us in everything we do. Our senses are our only access to experiencing the outside world. But sensory information is not the only ingredient that creates our perception. Predictions we make based on our past experiences and beliefs we hold about the world also affect what we perceive. What did you hear? The raw audio sound is the same. But did what you hear change depending on which word you were thinking about? This illusion demonstrates how what we think about influences what we perceive. Our perception is also hugely impacted by how our brain deals with the differences between the information we receive from our senses compared to our predictions. Each difference between the raw sensory information versus our predictions creates a prediction error signal, which we can understand as surprise. No two situations are ever precisely the same, so there will always be some level of surprise signal. These surprises can help us learn, but can also be unsettling for our brain if we have no way to regulate them. Different brain types deal with these surprises in different ways. Neurotypical brains tend to regulate these surprises by filtering many of the day-to-day ones out and writing them off as irrelevant noise. The neurotypical brain automatically filters them out and only pays attention to some of them for specific learning or social objectives. Autistic brains tend to pay more attention to many of these surprises and use them to learn about the world in all its details. To stay regulated, autistic brains have other strategies such as stimming, which can counterbalance the dysregulation caused by the surprises. Both of these brain strategies have benefits and limitations in different contexts. The autistic mechanism of paying attention and learning from surprises can mean developing a rich, detailed, and complex understanding of the world. But it can also mean that in unpredictable environments, where there is excess uncertainty and lots of surprises, one can become overloaded, and too much information can block the ability to learn. The neurotypical mechanism of filtering out or ignoring a lot of these surprises means learning remains more surface level and broad. One can move from subject to subject quickly and can tolerate more uncertain environments as they are not aware of all the surprises. But it also means they can miss out on details and deep layers of understanding. They may be biased to see only what they predict they will perceive, and can miss out on the unexpected learning that can happen from exploring the deep levels of the unknown. Connected to their related perceptual mechanism, at a cognitive level, there are distinct autistic processes too. Neurotypical people tend to have polytropic focus, which means they have lots of different interests, which are explored at a surface level and are engaged with in a more fleeting way. Autistic people tend to have monotropic focus, which means they focus on a few intense interests at deep levels, exploring all the details and incorporating many of the surprises to build a rich and complex understanding. Monotropic focus can both help regulate perceptual overload and information overload, whilst also providing an enriching, exciting, and beautiful experience. Such intense focus, however, can sometimes have an impact on attending to secondary tasks, such as interruptions, awareness of time, bodily sensations of tiredness or hunger or thirst, or planning tasks to do later. Differences at both a cognitive and perceptual level also leads to differences in communication and interaction. Autistic people communicate and interact in different ways to neurotypical people. Autistic people have different social expectations, values, and cultural differences to neurotypical people. However, society is often set up only for neurotypicals, and traditionally, difficulties autistic individuals experience with communicating and interacting with neurotypical people have been put down to the autistic person having the issue. This is where the double empathy problem comes in. It's a concept developed by Damien Milton that helps explain why people with different backgrounds or experiences might struggle to understand each other. Problems occur when there is a mismatch between what neurotypical and autistic people see as important in terms of experience, ways of learning and understanding, social norms, communication styles, relationship styles, thinking styles, displays of emotion, perception of the world, etc. Autistic people and neurotypical people do these things differently and value them in different ways. It is these differences that make it challenging for each group to understand and connect with each other. The challenges autistic people experience when trying to connect with neurotypical people are also the issues experienced by neurotypical people trying to connect with autistic people. This makes it a double problem, equally experienced by two different groups of people rather than the autistic person being perceived as the issue. Autistic people have their own autistically diverse perceptual mechanism, cognitive process, and communication and interaction styles, all interacting together to form a distinct autistic neurotype.
Hi, everybody. Jessica, that was so amazing. And just to let everybody know, there shouldn't have been those grey boxes that were coming up there were entirely my fault as a tech person. So we're going to have YouTube. We'll have a link for YouTube videos for both Jessica's video and Anna's video, which we'll share as part of the pack of information that we send to you. So you'll be able to watch that amazing video again without any visual interruptions or any interruptions. That was phenomenal, Jessica. So I think now it's time that we can have some questions and answers. Yeah.
Yes.
And what time is it now? So it's 12:19 now. How long have we got?
Till 12:45, I think.
Yeah. Or we might even start, exactly. And if we finish up early, we might go to lunch a bit early. And we'll see, we'll go through the questions. What we might do is, if we can finish up a bit early, and then that'll give more time for Maeve and Juliana to go through process as well later. So, but we won't rush questions and answers as well, because we know that's really important.
Yeah. I start reading out the questions?
Yeah, sure.
So there's a question here from somebody named Vicky. Thanks for your question, Vicky. Vicky was wondering, it's hard to stay up to date as language evolves. Any recommendations or go-to places?
To start with,
I
you
think we'll
get a resource list with lots of books, lots of website links. Yeah, so that's a good starting point.
Yeah, exactly. We have a language, there's a PDF that's a language guide that we'll send out, but like, as we said earlier, it is always changing. I mean, Twitter is a great one. I think if you're looking at, like, certainly even the Thriving Autistic web, not that we have dedicated place on either the Adult Autism Practice or Thriving Autistic websites for language, but even if you just read through our website, you'll see the language that we're using. And then any of the other autistic-led groups, I find social media is actually really, really helpful for that. I think personally.
Yeah. Okay. There was a question on the chat then from Jen.
Sorry, can I just interrupt just once? Sorry. The reason social media is great, what I find helpful about social media is you're getting lots of different perspectives, because you could go get a book, but it's just one person's book. Whereas with social media, particularly like Twitter, I know there's issues with Twitter, but there'll be loads of different voices coming in with various, opinions about language. So that's what I find really helpful. Sorry, go on, Maeve, sorry.
Absolutely, yeah, good point. So a question in from Jen, how do we ensure that we create an affirmative diagnostic report but still highlight the need for adaptations and support for each individual? Often the assessment is discrete with minimal follow-up following discharge from the diagnostic pathway. I think that's a really good question. Just I know some of you might want to answer it. We will be covering a little bit about that later on when we get into the detail of the assessment process, the identification process. So we'll be talking a bit more about that. But I think it goes back as well to what you were saying earlier about how being neuro-affirmative in your approach, still very much recognizing that people need supports and need adaptations and need all of that side of things. So it's very much part of the neuro-affirmative report as well. But does anyone want to add?
I think it's about, because I think that the thing is that it's not like, it's like we said before, it's not that it's a strengths-based, talking specifically about the reports, it's not that they're only strengths-based, because you're right, people need to be advocated for. So it's not that you wouldn't add in the person's needs and what they need, what the support that they need. You would put all that in, but you just wouldn't do it in a value-laden way. It's the way that you present the information. This is what this person needs assistive communication in this area. This person needs a support person to attend such and such with them. So you're still advocating for them. You're just not putting it in a deficit-based, you know, there is something wrong with this person and therefore they need this. You're taking out the there is something wrong with this person and you're just saying this is what they need. This is how they communicate. This is what they need.
I think it's also thinking what the letter and report is for. So in our identification letter, they will be very neuro-affirmative. But if clients are applying for PIP or disability allowance, I would say to a client that I'm acknowledging the systemic injustices that mean that I need to write in a deficit-based way. But that is to make sure that clients get the financial support that they need.
We do that. We have a separate, that's exactly as Anna said, we have a separate letter to support people who are going for disability allowance, and exactly like that we write it in the deficit language, that's because otherwise it's not accepted. But we just do a lot of work around this is not how we see being autistic. We are only doing this to support you to access this.
Yeah, and I think that second part there of the question, often the assessment is discrete with minimal follow-up following discharge from the diagnostic pathway. That's, I think, very important because that's so true. I think with many services, there's such a pressure to do that piece and then move people through the system that's there. The system doesn't allow for that support piece. So I think as much as we can, and that report is so important because it's putting people on the right pathway. And I suppose the priorities there are also about linking people in with the autistic community and doing all of that part in terms of accessing the right supports within their own community as well as from the services that you're providing in whatever service you're working in. You know, so recognizing that there are supports outside of your own service too.
Yeah, and preparing them, because it is true, don't we hear from a lot of people that come through us for identification that it's sometimes a bit of a shock when they go back into from us and then go back into services who are really medical model and not neuro-affirmative, that because it is such a discrete piece often that a part of it is helping prepare them that they're going back into those systems. And like Maeve said, at least linking them in with the community and so that they're not getting that from every single environment that they're in afterwards.
And just to add here, there's just a mention in the chat about sharing the forms, etc. And we will do that. We'll share the forms in our resource pack at the end. But is there any, let's just look at some of the questions here as well. Can we around?
Can I just say, sorry, there's just a comment there that I see in the chat about the report needs to be accepted by the HSE and the NHS, but just we write fully neuro-affirmative reports and they've been accepted everywhere. I'd say about, I don't know what percentage of the clients that come through us, the people that come through us are UK based. Very, very large proportion, but yeah, we've had no issue whatsoever with them being accepted. And honestly, at the start, we were wondering, we were wondering about that, and there's been absolutely no issue.
We'll get into loads more of the diagnostic and assessment questions in the second Q&A. This one, let's just see questions about what we've already been talking about. So can we do some of those? Just I'm worried that I might lose my ability to speak later, and then I won't
totally. Yeah.
You know.
Sorry.
No, sorry. There's one here, Davida, I think is a good one. Do we have suggestions for training for team in neuro-affirmative approaches? Example, CDNT training in the area of alternatives to behavior-based compliance approaches and social skills training.
Yes. Do we? Well, we actually provide training to teams. Yeah.
Yes, we do.
There's
Don't we?
there's a core group of the team here. It can
Yeah.
change depending on who has availability, but we actually, in a mixture of Childversity, the Children's Clinic, Thriving Autistic, not necessarily the adult autism practice, although I mean it's me, it would be, and we provide training around those. But there are more and more alternatives that it's, you know, it's not just us, there are other.
And I would recommend as well Studio 3, because somebody else asked this question earlier about alternatives as well. Studio 3, they do online training, studio3.org I think it is, or .co.uk, I'll check it out. So they do online training in the low arousal support methods. So they're very much anti-restraint, and they work a lot with schools and other residential places where autistic people might be, and they do a lot of training there. They have really excellent results in supporting people in this. It's very much neuro-affirmative model of low arousal technique, which is changing the environment, keeping things very calm for people.
I'd also mention Emily Lees and Elaine McGreevy. They do excellent training on autistic communication, really accessible. They do things very frequently and it's quick, short. Sometimes they do hour-long webinars and things. So Emily Lees is an autistic SLT in the UK, and Elaine is in Ireland, I think, Northern Ireland, maybe.
In
I'm
the
not
north,
sure.
yeah.
North, yeah. So they're both SLTs and they're doing excellent training as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
A lot of the time, the alternatives are less rocket science than as in it's a lot about changing the environment. So it's about pulling it back. You know, occupational therapy, for example, the CDNT, like the teams, sorry for people that don't know what that is, it's a Irish-based team that support a lot of autistic children in our health service. But that oftentimes a lot of the supports are occupational therapy based, changing the environment, speech and language based, bringing in augmented communication. So it's pulling back, it's moving away from what are we going to change within the child to how are we going to make this environment better for the child, and then the child starts thriving. Certainly in my personal experience, that's what I have found has worked. Like I would never recommend any kind of a behavior plan or anything like that for any child, that once you change the environment, things start falling into place, I find.
Yeah, and then also a recommendation, you know, referring to a really good occupational therapist can be so useful. So the child, particularly one who's experienced and specializes in sensory differences and preferences and needs, so the child can get to understand their own way of experiencing the world. And then, of course, self-advocacy skills are massively important. We need to teach our kids how to advocate for themselves so that they can go forward in their lives and thrive, rather than, and that is the direct opposite to this compliance-based work, which children had been subjected to, which was around teaching them to comply with what adults want them to do. So teaching them to advocate for their needs is a really protective thing to do.
Yeah.
But I also think that one basic thing is to really learn about autism, because then, you know, so many things start to make sense. And I think we are always looking for maybe the solutions, and, you know, we don't know where they are coming from. So I think it's very basic, but it's very effective to know more about, you know, the strengths and what is to be autistic, and learning from autistic people as well. So I think it's just, you know, another layer of how to tackle, you know, the knowledge or the understanding.
I completely agree, Juliana. I completely agree that say if you know, in a very basic example, a child is in distress because they're in a room with 30, very loud room with 30 children, and they're maybe hitting, for example, and that actually, but when you understand, you know, previously there would have been a behavior plan put in place to stop that child hitting, but when you understand autistic perception, and when you understand what it's like to be an autistic child, as much as you can, an autistic child in a room, a loud room full of 30 people, you suddenly realize this environment is too loud for them. It's too much. They're completely overwhelmed. They haven't had any break. They have no fidget toys. they're, you know, they're completely overwhelmed. And so you change the environment, you move them into a smaller environment, they're going to stop hitting. So it's about, yeah, as someone said there in the chat, environment, it really is. And supporting them in ways to communicate, as Tara said, supporting them in ways to communicate that they are overwhelmed. Somehow, it doesn't have to be words, that there is a sign that they learn that they are overwhelmed and therefore they can get out of that situation before it gets to the point of overwhelm and they're hitting. I mean, that's a very basic, small example. But...
I think that's also a really great example of the double empathy piece in action, particularly in education, where everything is located on the child. It's actually where my passion is education, is around educators also holding in mind what they're experiencing in that environment is not the same as the child. And just embedding double empathy. And if you're an autistic clinician, it's great because kind of that's your way of being in the world. If you're not autistic, you might have to work a little bit harder, and other way around. If I'm working with a non-autistic person, I'm going to have to work a little bit harder. But double empathy all the way.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Totally, Anna. And I find too, like, I think somebody asked that, somebody brings this up, they say, it feels fraudulent as an NT practitioner to support in this space now. Do you believe NT allies can truly support and not cause unintentional damage? So I think that's just a beautiful question, and it shows that you're really reflecting on your own positionality. And I think that's really key and core. But equally then we would say, like, we could say, therefore, should autistic psychologists, should we not work with non-autistic people? You know, I think it's culturally, I certainly use it. It's neurotypical communication for me is like a second language. And in a therapeutic space, it's a second language for me. I can still do it, but I'm aware that it's a second language. And actually, I was always aware that it was a second language because I always felt different, but it's just now I know why. So turning it back, if you are a non-autistic person and you're supporting in this space, I think being reflexive and understanding your positionality and appreciating that you're speaking in a second language when you're communicating with autistic people, and understanding and embracing and learning as much as you can, so that you're outside of your therapeutic space, so you're not putting the emotional labor on your client to have to educate you. That's the work. We need all minds. It's back to diversity, don't we? We need all minds in the room. So we need our non-autistic allies just as much as we need autistic professionals in this space. We need you, and I'm personally grateful that you're feeling that way and seeing it and feeling that and considering it, because it shows that you're being really taking this seriously and reflective about it. That's my viewpoint. If anybody else wants to jump in, please do.
I think it's also about that it's not the like autistic people learning neurotypical language and neurotypical people learning autistic language. Like, it's more about creating a bridge between the two and a shared language because I think it makes sense that autistic people and neurotypical people work and do all of these things together, because we all live, like as Tara was saying, we all live in the world together, so it wouldn't make sense to have us all segregated. So I think it's really important.
Probably reiterating the same point, but I always think of it as a dynamic dance. I have just grabbed Elmo because he's starring today. We often think it's all Elmo's fault, and then here we have, yes, I love Sesame Street. We have Cookie Monster, and they're both doing the thing. It's all Elmo's fault, but it's dancing together to co-create that space, and they're different, and that's wonderful. They're both very different people. Elmo's Elmo, Cookie's Cookie doesn't mean that they can't work beautifully together. Cookie was a bit jealous he didn't appear in the video, so he thought he'd pop up now.
There's a question on the Q&A actually that's very much, I think, related to this, about if you had an autistic individual provide guidance on training, would this be sufficient in helping raise awareness? How do we get this balance of limitations of a service and wanting to really make a change and have a shift towards accepting and reframing? It's related to that, isn't it, in terms of the blend of autistic clinicians and non-autistic clinicians. And I do think we are in the middle of a change process around that. There are very few openly autistic psychologists working in the public system. I think you'll find a lot more in the private system, but I'm aware of very few who are working in the public system, and other professions also, OTs, SLTs, they are there, for sure, but they're not on every team, and they're not working certainly in public systems, and I would imagine that that's the case across the world as well. And I think we're at that point of change in terms of how we do things, and hopefully that will change over time as well, that we will have more clinicians who are autistic and neurodivergent openly. But while we don't yet have that, I suppose we have to start somewhere, and we have to create that space where we can embrace all of the diversity that's around us. And at the moment, I think, you know, what I've been told from some people is that they don't feel that they always can be comfortable in that space, or that they can be openly autistic or neurodivergent. And that's something I think for us as neurotypical clinicians to think about, and how do we create that space for people to be themselves? Because we talk about this as if we're only talking about the people who are coming into you know, to access the service, but we're of course talking about our colleagues also when we're working on different teams. So we need to create those spaces, and I think get that balance. But it is also about starting somewhere, you know, that's you know, and that maybe starts with each of us personally. So I don't know if anyone wants to add to that. Yeah. So there's lots of other questions here. I think we still have time, so we might go through some of them if that's okay. Niamh, I think you've asked a couple of questions just about alternatives to social skills training for young children. Sorry, it's cleared off my screen here.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you want to go?
It says, could you please talk about the alternatives to social skills training for children?
Well, I mean, the alternative, like, I suppose the alternative is, well, first of all, so the alternative is just teaching children. In my mind, you know, I actually hate, I hate program. I don't know why, but I just think, you know, somebody develops a program and that immediately makes me itch. I don't think programs are necessary. I think that what's necessary is just to teach children to accept difference, all kinds of difference, and all children to accept all kinds of difference, and teaching about different neurotypes, and teaching about different sexual identities, and teaching about all of those kind of things, and teaching kindness and respect and consent and all of those kind of things. And for me, that is going to be more helpful than anything else. Like, there of course will be children who will need support around their communication. Like, that is not to say there aren't children who will need support in communication in ways that they need, for example, augmented communication. So I'm not saying, oh, there's a child and they have needs in this area, and therefore, well, we're not going to do anything with them. We're just going to talk to them about kindness and support. Of course they need those things. But to me, that's, I don't know, what do you guys think? To me, that they're more, but you can see it now. Like, we have a lot of children coming into us in the children's clinic who now talk about, who are actually, they have recognized that they're autistic, and they have asked their parents to go for the assessment. And, you know, even their neurotypical friends are like, oh yeah, they're autistic, they're ADHD, big deal. Like, there's a lot of cultural shift around that in younger people, I would see. Where they're respecting each other and respecting each other's difference. So I'm not sure that, I don't know what my point is there, but I'm not sure that we need an alternative to social skills training. Am I explaining?
I see Anna's going to jump in with something. Go for that.
I think my view is, one, ditch the social skills, because that's undermining the idea that all ways are being valid.
Yeah.
So as Davida said, it's about embracing all forms of communication. Some of us are speaking, some of us are non-speaking. I'm a mixture of both. I think what's important is that the child has a means to communicate in a way that works for them.
Yeah.
So for me, or for my daughter or other people, sometimes it's using spoken language, or sometimes I'll use text. And I think within a school setting, for example, it's not putting all the labour on the autistic child. As Davida said, it's like there's, in any class, you might have a child who uses sign language, or, you know, from a different culture, speaks a different language. We're not trying to say that their way of being is not right. And in teaching and embracing children to info dump and monologue, and supporting everybody around us to understand that sharing in detail about a passion, don't check out the room. That's a moment of connection. That's autistic for, I love you, I really care about you, I want you to know everything about this special interest. So social skills.
Yeah.
No.
And that's not to
I
say
think-
children don't need to learn life skills.
Yeah.
Like, for example, to learn the skills of buying something in a shop.
Yeah.
You know, that's a really helpful skill. That's not social skills. They could learn, and maybe if they didn't speak verbally, they could learn to go to the shop and show a piece of paper, whatever, use their augmented communication. So it's not to say not to teach. I think there's a big difference in between life skills and social skills.
And as well, it's the framework, isn't it? That the perspective and the lens through which the facilitator running that group, if there's a group, is coming from. So if they're coming from, oh, I'm teaching social skills, neurotypical social skills, because this group of children need to learn them, well, then that's just, we want that in the bin. That's just no use to people, because it's just completely othering. It's just awful. So as you're saying, like, it's exactly that. It's more practical. Occupational therapists can be really helpful for a lot of this stuff, isn't it?
I think also building self-awareness is really important, and like teaching children about autistic development, and not just autistic children about autistic development, but all children about autistic development, and all children about, like, kids learn about their sensory systems and stuff, but like all kids should be learning about autistic sensory systems as well as neurotypical sensory systems. And because children growing up learn so much about, this is how I work, and then when their system doesn't work the way they've learned about it, it can be confusing. So I think it's building that self-awareness and understanding of how they work and how other people work. I think that can be really helpful. I think self-awareness is self-awareness should be the building self-awareness, like autistically empowering self-awareness should be the, I forget the question, but like instead of physical skills.
Yeah,
I really agree. And that's for children and adults, because oftentimes we're asked, well, is there any really real point to me finding out if I'm autistic or not? And it's a really hard one, because for me personally, I don't want to seem like I'm saying, yes, I'm coming to the adult autism practice, you know, it's like I'm selling it. But I actually really, in my experience, and from reading the research and listening to autistic people, that the value in just alone, like learning to understand yourself and your autistic neurology is so vitally important and life-changing.
And though it's not to say that you have to have a formal assessment to do
not
that.
Exactly. No, absolutely not.
Completely
No, don't
accepted in the community. Self-identification is, because of all the multiple barriers that exist. But I know Maeve and Juliana will talk about that later.
No, we really strongly, it's one of the core things of the adult autism practice. We really strongly support self-identification if people want to.
I think autistic identification is really important, because I'm here comes with a metaphor that possibly won't make any sense, but it's like you're learning to speak French for years and years and years and years, and then all of a sudden you realize that, oh no, I've lost it now. But like that you should be really trying to speak German, or that you're trying to speak German when you're trying. Anyway, sorry, it's a metaphor, but it can be really helpful. Without that, you're kind of like lost.
Yeah.
That brings us up to the lunchtime, guys, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lunchtime.
We did a bit early. Yeah, we can start. We start lunch 5 minutes early.
So like at 1:30 for anyone on GMT time.
Yeah.
Keep the questions coming.
Yeah, keep the questions coming. If you think of any questions over lunch, please send them to us. And we will see you then.
Enjoy lunch, everybody.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. I'm going to get straight into it because I know that Maeve and Juliana have loads to share about their assessment. I was going to talk a bit about the adult autism practice in terms of where we're coming from and our ethos and why we started. But to be honest, I think that has already been covered. I think that's been kind of made abundantly clear in everything that we've been talking about so far. That when I started the adult autism practice a couple of years ago, I wanted it to be neuro-affirmative, although I didn't know that term yet. It was Tara that taught me that term. And I really wanted to look at, and this goes across, I mean, this is not just about supporting autistic identification. This is actually just psychological assessments in general. That I really wanted the psychological assessment. And I know that it was the same with my colleagues that I'm working with here today, with Maeve and Philomena. And Philomena is one of the senior psychologists in the adult autism practice, and with Anna and Juliana, that there was something wrong with the way that we were doing psychological assessments. And I think that we didn't really know exactly, well, me, I'll speak for myself. I couldn't quite see what it was that we were doing that wasn't right. And what I realized now was, because now that we're doing it, it seems so obvious, is the collaborative nature. For me, the huge change, as well as the neuro-affirmative nature, is the collaborative nature of the assessment process that Maeve and Juliana are going to be talking about now, and taking away the power. I think that there's a huge, for me, there was a huge issue with this power dynamic of I am the psychologist and you're coming to me and I'm going to be doing this assessment on you and telling you whether you are this, that, or the other. And I really wanted to move away from that. And so they're the kind of core, the neurodiversity affirmative approach and the collaborative nature, which is a part of that neurodiversity affirmative approach, was something that that we really care about as a team, and something that has been massively successful for us in terms of supporting our clients and the happiness that our clients have experienced in going through this assessment process. So I'm going to stop there and not cover anything that we already covered this morning and pass you over to Maeve and Juliana.
I think you are on mute, Maeve.
Sorry, thank you, Juliana. Hello, everyone, and welcome back from lunch. I hope you've all had a good break over the lunchtime there. So Juliana and I are going to take you through the next part, which is all about the detail of how to conduct a neuro-affirmative. I know we use the word assessment, but we're thinking about our terminology around that. But basically the detail of how we go about this from a neuro-affirmative perspective. So there's quite a lot of detail in what we're about to share. I suppose we're going to take you through things quite quickly. So you might want to go back over the recording of this if you feel you'd like to go back through the detail of what we're about to share with you. So without further delay, we will get started. I'm just going to share some slides on the screen, if that's okay. Hopefully this will work okay.
Again, I just wanted to say that we have a lot in the book, so we're going to be touching on some aspects here. And I also want to share that I'm really nervous because we're talking about second language. So for me, it's a third language because I'm originally from Brazil. So hopefully I will manage it well.
Yes, absolutely. And just to echo that, Juliana, I suppose, as speaking as a neurotypical clinician today, for myself, which I know has come up already, this is a second language. And I suppose Juliana and I have been working in this way for quite a long time, but I think both of us for quite a long time did not work in this way either. So I suppose hopefully we'll be bringing some of that experience as well to this piece in terms of what we're going to speak about next. And so let's get into things and think about how we're going to do all of this. So the first part that we're going to talk a bit about is about making your assessment piece more accessible. And I think this is really important in the context of everything we spoke about this morning, about thinking really about your processes. Think about them currently as they are if you're a clinician who does offer assessments. And if you're not, or you're getting into this, think about how you want to set up that space and design this, and what's important. So the first things to think about are in terms of the barriers that might be already there within your service. And so the place to start really is by doing an audit of your service. And the things that you really need to be thinking about are understanding autistic communication, understanding autistic engagement, thinking about the sensory aspects of your environment, and what are all of those things like within the space that you have. Is there access to different options in communication? How would somebody engage within that space? Would it be comfortable for them? Thinking very much about Anna's piece earlier and her reflections on what that was like for her and her family. It's so important to be really putting yourself into that situation and trying to think about what's that like for any autistic person who might be coming into your space. And what you're really trying to do is foster that sense of trust and open communication. You're going to have a much better process together if you have done that and thought really carefully about what are the barriers that are there already for people. So really important to spend some time doing that. Juliana, for the next piece.
And also kind of being curious and very respectful about the other person's experience. And that is not rock science, to be honest, like we do that all the time, but it's back to what Davida was saying, is the shift in terms of the power, the paradox of a psychologist making a decision entirely based on our knowledge, but it's more a sharing aspect. So the self-identification, like, a lot of people would come to us and they are in the process of self-identifying. And maybe is around kind of, exploring that with them. What are their understanding? Why are they saying that? And being collaborative in relation to that aspect, but also reassuring that is also a possibility in terms of diagnosis, that they don't necessarily need to go through the full process of the diagnosis, but self-identification is a way, and an important way of identifying themselves as a person. Yeah.
Absolutely. You also need to be thinking about your own communication. How is that being interpreted? So particularly, I think we've touched on it quite a bit. If you are a neurotypical clinician and the person you're meeting with is likely autistic, or maybe they're coming to explore that, how are they likely to interpret your communication? So as a neurotypical clinician, if you are one, and even if you're not, I think all of us need to be thinking about how our body language is, what's the tone of our spoken and written communication, how do we articulate what we're saying, and to be aware that the person that we're working with might interpret those things differently to how you do. And that's, I suppose, coming back to that key point about fostering that openness and that facilitating that trust is about being open and transparent around that, and recognizing that, understanding the double empathy piece, that there may be miscommunications between us at times, and how do we manage that. So just being really aware of that. So yeah, Juliana.
And also be flexible around how this communication, how the person that is coming to you is going to communicate about themselves. So we talk about kind of, some people preferring, and I think here, in this webinar, we have had examples of how people can communicate differently, not necessarily verbally, but also kind of they can write about their experiences. They might want to give you examples. They might want to record something. They might want to give you a lot of kind of explanation before you even meet the person. So they might send you information via email or something. So it's all about kind of respecting that there are different ways of communicating and exploring them, and allowing the person, allowing is another one, but facilitating that possibility within within that kind of self nearly the therapeutic process, or the assessment process or the therapeutic process.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've a point there just about the universal accommodation. So thinking about that, what's going to be of benefit to everybody, who's coming into your service, what's going to be universally helpful to everybody. It benefits everybody to have choice around how you best communicate and what's going to be most comfortable for you. So that's important. As well as asking about communication preferences. So it is important to always, before you meet with somebody, if you're thinking about how you might offer an assessment space to people, what are their communication preferences? Most people can very clearly identify what they feel most comfortable with. And then it's extremely important to facilitate that. So is it that somebody is comfortable speaking with you? Are they more comfortable with written communication? Do they use movement or their bodies to communicate? And how does that work best? And I think we've had examples of that today, in the earlier videos around how different communication styles are so valid and so meaningful. And when we do that piece where we communicate in ways that people feel comfortable in and can access, we get a much richer experience and much more information as part of the process that we're trying to work through. So really important to think about those and then facilitate that all the way through. So I'm just going to move on here. So further things to think about. So information in advance of an assessment piece is so important. We cannot overstate that. It's important because what it does is it reduces uncertainty for people. It reduces any element of surprise and they can prepare for what's going to happen. And that reduces anxiety and stress and it makes it a much richer experience for everybody involved. So the types of things that you're going to want to be sharing with people about what to expect is about what's going to be discussed, in the session that you might have coming up with them, any questions that they're going to be asked. So we always give people an outline of these are the things we're going to talk about. Sometimes we go as far as, these are the specific questions I want to ask you about, so that people can think about that in advance, or they might prefer to write about that, but that they can at least prepare and process what they're going to be asked about. And also you want to give them information about any information that they need to provide outside maybe the particular questions of the assessment so that they can prepare that. You also want to give them information about what to expect regarding the interactive elements of the process. So this is going to vary if it's a remote session, if it's online, or if it is in person. So thinking about your environment, thinking about how you would be with them, how they might feel comfortable coming in to be with you. So letting them know that eye contact isn't expected. If they're comfortable to make it, that's fine. And if they're not, that's fine too. If it's a remote session, they might want to have their pets with them. Maybe you have an environment or a space where if it's in person that they can bring their pets if they feel comfortable with that. Stim toys, fidget toys, items, that all of those things are really welcome and important for somebody to have with them, that they can regulate themselves in the interaction that you're having with them, and that people are free to move about. Whether it's online or in person, it can be so hard for people to sit on a seat opposite somebody else and talk in that way or communicate in whatever way they are. So having that knowledge that they are able to move about, they can sit on the floor, they can sit on a table, they can move about the room and pace while you're talking if it's an online session, if it's in person. So really important that they know that. It's really helpful to record a short introductory video of yourself speaking, talking. It doesn't have to be long. We have recorded all of these, all of our team have in the adult autism practice, just a short 30-second video saying your name, that you're looking forward to meeting with somebody. But what this does is it lets somebody hear your voice, hear what you're going to sound like, they can see your movements, they can understand what that's going to be like when they do meet you in person or online if it's online. And it reduces down all of that uncertainty, any surprise there. So all of these things create a much safer and a much more relaxed environment for people, and it also promotes the value and the respect that you have for the other person, that you're making this a shared space where everybody has equal power and everybody is valued within that space. So really important.
But also, I think that in relation to, again, preparing for the session, is also allowing time for sensory as well as processing information, maybe in a different way. So a lot of kind of the executive functioning, what we call executive functioning, as well as sensory perceptions, they can be also, allowing time can also be an advantage in terms of the person preparing for that, but also afterwards, like between sessions, and we're going to talk about it a bit more, is also kind of facilitating and providing that timing for each of us to think about, like to go and think about what was discussed, process that, and then come back to the next session.
And so gathering information using the preferred method, when you've established that with a person and what their preferred method is really important. So uncertainty around that is so stressful for people. Am I going to have to talk about these areas that are challenging for me, or how am I going to do that? Do I have to speak about it? Could I write about it? And not knowing about that is really difficult for people. And I guess autistic spoken communication can be different to neurotypical communication, and to be aware of that for some people who are autistic might like to monologue about their experiences, or they might use sound or singing or different ways of communicating using their voice. But it can also be highly stressful for people, and that's going to maybe limit how much they can engage if it is a highly stressful experience for them. So written communication can be something that could be much more comfortable for somebody to provide all the information that they need to do as part of the process. So that could be that they're emailing you, or that they're filling in written forms, or maybe they're using the chat function if it's an online session that you're having with somebody. And I've had lots of people where that's worked really well for them. If it's in person, sometimes people fill things in beforehand and bring that in, and we talk that through if they're comfortable to talk that through. So thinking about that is really important. Because if we don't do that, we're just going to promote more masking, or make it more difficult for people to give the information. And we've had lots of people who've come back and who've said, or who've had assessment experiences elsewhere, and who have felt that they didn't have that opportunity to give the information that they needed, and they feel like it wasn't counted as part of the assessment process then, or it wasn't considered because they couldn't communicate it in a way that was comfortable for them. So it's really important to think about that. Yeah. Do you want to add anything there, Juliana, or will I talk about?
I think you've mentioned.
Yeah. So just the last part there about providing a summary is really important, that you do that at the end of every session you have with somebody, and you really need to do that in their preferred communication style. So they might say they would like that written down, key bullet points. This is what we talked about. This is what we're going to cover the next time. Or you might voice record that, or you might speak that to them at the end of the process. So there's lots of different ways that they can access that, but that they have the choice around that and how you do that. And what that does for people is it allows them time to then process what's been talked about, to clarify things if they need to add things to what's been talked about already as well. It gives them that processing time, because in person can be so stressful, or spoken could be so stressful, or whatever the interaction is can be very highly anxiety anxiety provoking for a lot of people. So doing that is really, really important for any session that you have with people. But so think about that. So the last few parts here, just in relation to this, is just to really consider, you know, your own ethos, your own values, your perspective on lots of the different parts that we're talking about today. So your approach, your values, and thinking about what's at the core of that for yourselves. And bearing in mind, I know that this will differ for your team members if you're working on a team. But you know, it's important to really reflect on that and think about that and to communicate that then out to the people who you might be working with. What this does, I suppose, for people who might be coming to you for assessment is it just allows them to evaluate if your values align with their values. Will this be a safe and comfortable space for them? And so it's really important that you outline if your approach is going to be neuroaffirmative. Is it going to be collaborative? Is it going to be respectful of all of the people in the room? And also to reflect on whether your approach is going to be gender affirming as well. As we heard earlier, there is a huge cohort of people within the autistic community who are also gender non-confirming, the trans community as well. So it's really important that we recognise that and that we routinely ask everybody what their pronouns are, which creates that safe environment for people. So really important to think about those things. Juliana?
And I think that Javida was saying that she started the practice, you know, around COVID time. So, you know, remotely only. And I think, you know, so far I remember kind of, I don't know, Javida, you're probably, and Maeve, I think you'll probably have more numbers than I do, but there has been really few people looking for a kind of in-person assessment because remote assessment, they not only they facilitate, they increase access to the services, but also they decrease the cost of providing services. But I think the big thing about, you know, the remote collaborative process is that the person is in their own safe environment. They feel somehow they feel protected in relation to that. They are going through a very tough process. You know, it's not easy to come and talk to someone about what you think is going on with you, especially if you have had a history of being denied and misunderstood and maybe, you know, misdiagnosed. So yet again, you are trying to again explain to someone else what might be, what you understand is going on with yourself. So this is highly exposing. So when we give, when all those options are given, including, you know, being able to be steaming in their own environment, or having the blanket in their shoulders, or and maybe sometimes, you know, maybe not having the camera on, or sometimes using the chat rather than verbally kind of communicating. So all those things add tremendously to the experience, and it makes, you know, the process much less threatening. And when you think about kind of, you know, autism and trauma, and we're going to be talking a little bit about it, like that experience can be so traumatic in terms of sharing what you think it might be going on with you, with another person, that having those other things to, you know, to assist you can be very, very fundamental. So a lot of comments in relation to that from people that we've met in terms of feeling reassured and feeling that they were feeling safe in their own place, in their own environment, and that helped the overall interactive process with us.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to go through more detail, I suppose, in how you go about this. What is a neuroaffirmative assessment? What do we mean by that? And how do you do it? So there's quite a lot of detail in this part. So I suppose in terms of the initial principles of things, so I guess the place to start is with this word assessment. We've talked about it a little bit already, but I guess for me, I'm moving much more away from thinking of things as an assessment. I much more see this as well, for me, it's a therapeutic exploration of identity. It's where you're working with a person to jointly explore their own experiences of the world. It's collaborative, which we'll talk about in a moment. But I see my role in that as supporting a person to make sense of their inner experiences. And for me, it's about how somebody can integrate what's going on for them in the inside with their outside experience of the world. Um, and so that they are, integrating both of those things so that they can reach their authentic self and have those two things being more congruent. And I suppose the process is very much an opportunity to reframe past beliefs about themselves. I suppose for a lot of people who have been autistic all their lives and not known that, there's a lot of past beliefs around, that they get from society around, well, maybe it's because I'm not good enough, or I'm not the same as other people, or I'm not as good as they are, or I'm not as capable, or there's something wrong with me, or maybe I'm broken, all of those things that we hear a lot of people talking about. So the assessment process is that opportunity to support people to reframe some of those ideas and to recognize their autistic identity within their experiences. So it's a process of discovery, of establishing those connections and making sense of things together. But it's a very powerful and meaning therapeutic experience for most people, which includes recognizing their autistic strengths, because being autistic is not, despite what the classification systems would try to make us believe, it is not a list of deficiencies and impairments. Yes, there are things that are challenging about that, and we very much recognize it. But there are also wonderful autistic strengths, and that's a huge part of the exploration piece. So looking at things in that way, all of those things, reframing past beliefs, making those connections, discovering different aspects of your experiences and reframing those, and thinking about autistic strengths, all of those create that base from where a person can move forward and establish and cultivate a very positive autistic identity, which encompasses all of their authentic self. So this piece, which we call an assessment, is really the beginnings of that. It's the foundation of that part. Do you want to say a little bit about collaboration, Julie?
Yeah. Again, for me, as for me, is a shift in terms of the power is the shift of the power in terms of the outcome, what will be the outcome and who is responsible for the outcome in that collaborative process. So in fact, I think the person that is in front of you is really the expert. So when we remember, if you remember Anna talking about her experience in terms of us having her daughter being seen by professionals, she was saying, well, that's not my child. The child that you're describing, is not my child. My child is, bubbly, very, she's very creative. So I think it's all about giving the person that you are meeting the possibility of explore those areas. And they are the ones who really know what is going on with them. Obviously, with that narrative comes a lot of pain. I'm not, undermining, saying that, oh yeah, everything is beautiful. And no, it's a very painful process. But at the same time, when you start to really kind of be curious and understand about the other person's perspective, a lot of things come out of that interaction and that possibility in terms of being a collaborative process rather than one person holding the power. And in fact, the person who holds the power in that interaction is the client that you were meeting, or the person that you were meeting. So yeah, I think that is the piece about kind of the collaborative piece that I think it's I think it's really is a shift that we all need to embrace.
Yeah. And so moving the process then, so thinking about your consent process as well. Obviously, informed consent for any piece of work that we might engage in with anybody is really important and required. But again, you might want to think about how you communicate about that. You know, think about that with potential clients who might be coming to you to do this piece. You know, some people will need that information written down so that they can process that. So again, it's about thinking about the style, communication style of their choice. Would they prefer that written down? Would they like you to speak that or voice record that? And having those options available that people can listen to the consent information or they can read the consent information is going to be really important. We have found that for most people, receiving that information in an asynchronous way, so where they have received the information, they've time to process it and think about it, and then to, you know, to come back with their answer on it, is often the most preferable way. I think most people would recognize that you know, you need time to think about it and to process it. So just to think about your consent process and adjustments there that might make that more acceptable. Do you want to talk about the screening questionnaires, Juliana?
Yeah. So I think we talked about you know, how to maybe have more information or gathering information. And I think one of the things that we are using now, a tool that we are using, there are very few, to be honest, if any. But one of the things that we are using is the CAT-Q. I don't know if people are familiar with this one. So it's more around, this questionnaire is about masking and camouflaging. And I think what is interesting, again, not only, you know, there is a lot of conversation around, oh yeah, I think I'm doing that. I've always been doing that without realizing that this was calling masking or camouflaging. But also is the use of that within the, you know, the self-identification or the identification process, which is, you know, you can also share the questionnaire with the person, the findings or the outcomes of the questionnaire in terms of, you know, look, without realizing how much you were doing that or how much have you been engaging in those things. So again, it is a screening tool, but also you can use it as part of the you know, the interactive process, the assessment process. I don't want to be using assessment all the time. We also assess for risk, obviously. We need to assess that for risk before coming and know where the person is. Can we, you know, can we go ahead with the assessment? Should we be putting certain things in place before seeing the person? And we also assess for, or not assess, sorry, we use a screening for ADHD. So the ASRS is the one that we use because, you know, as we know, you know, one thing sometimes, you know, it's not the neurodiversities overall, you know, you have different neurodiversities, and this is, you know, ADHD is one that is quite prevalent as well. So those are the kind of the formal screeners that we are using at the moment. So one for risk, the CAT-Q, and the ASRS for ADHD.
Yeah. So in terms then of session amount, length, and the content, or how you determine, you know, what do you need to be able to do this process? So what we would feel is that, and certainly what a lot of people tell us, is the nature of what, you know, as Juliana was saying earlier, the nature of what you're doing in this process can be very overwhelming for people, even for people who've been thinking about it for a very long time or who've done lots of their own research. The process can be very overwhelming and takes a huge amount of energy. Even if we put all of the adjustments in place that people might need, it's still quite a big step for most people. So we have to be really mindful of that, and really support people through that process. So what we find is that for most people, they can complete this process usually in 3 sessions. Sometimes extra sessions are needed, and then plus the post-assessment support piece, which is not included in those 3 sessions. So 3 sessions for the exploration piece, I guess, and coming to that conclusion together before moving into the post-assessment support piece. So typically 1 to 1.5 hours of a session is probably the maximum for most people. Some people it's longer, and some people it's shorter. But it's about, I think it's quite individual, but that's typically the length of time that most people would take, in terms of each session. And the other thing to note, I guess, is the time in between sessions. So a lot of people ask us, can I do all my sessions in a row, one after another? Can I do them in the same day? And in our experience, we actively discourage people to do that, because people need that time in between sessions to process things, to think about what we've talked about already, to think about, is there anything we've missed that they want to add in, to see how they feel about the moving towards the outcome. They're autistic. Does that make sense to them? Some people come into the process really not sure if they are or not. And if it's looking like that's the direction we're moving in together, then they need time to think about, okay, does that feel like it fits, and does that make sense to me in terms of my identity? Heard so many people talk about processes elsewhere, or maybe within mental health services, where they've had diagnostic labels put onto them, is they using their words, as they would say, without much collaboration or time to process that, or even a sense of whether that made sense to them and how they understood themselves. So it's really important that people have that time and space to process this piece. And I've had many people who have initially asked for things to be quick, can they have their sessions one day after another even, and where they have switched that to giving that time between the sessions, they've all come back to say that was actually, really helpful, and I needed that space to do that, because I think it's, if it's fast, it can be quite overwhelming. But there are always some people where they need that, so you have to balance it. But generally speaking, people need that space and time between the sessions. So we're going to do a quick poll, if that's okay, before moving into the next space. And I'm hoping somebody, actually, sorry, I do have the option here to launch the poll. So the question we want to ask you is whether you think it is essential to use an assessment tool in an autism assessment process. So I'm just going to see, can I launch this poll here? I hope you can all see that there. So if you can answer put in your thoughts there. So people are still filling in their answers. Thank you, everybody, for doing that. Big question, I know, and you might want time to think about as well. So interesting. I don't know how to share the results here. Maybe somebody else does, but I'll call them out. 32% of you said yes, and 39% said no. 29% said don't know. So that's really interesting. Thank you, everybody, for doing that, because we're going to talk. Oh, here we go. I can share the results there. Anyway, you know the results. So we're going to talk a little bit about assessment tools next, if that's okay. And talking about each of the sessions together. So in our practice, we don't currently use assessment tools as such, and I'll explain that. I suppose for us, there's a couple of reasons why we don't. One of the main reasons is that using an assessment tool as such, for us, we feel takes away from that collaborative process of exploring identity together. When there's an assessment tool that you're administrating or that you're in control of, it promotes that idea of I'm leading this, or I'm, structuring this. And that, for us, I suppose, wasn't something that we wanted to promote. We wanted to have a very shared power in terms of the situation, and we didn't want that difference in terms of who is an expert and who isn't. And we felt that that was one of the limitations there. But the other issue, I suppose, is that most of the assessment tools that are there that we're aware of have huge limitations in terms of whether they're neuro-affirmative. A lot of them are observation based. I'm aware that not all of them are. Some of them are more exploratory, which is helpful, and it's good to see those things coming and moving in that direction for sure. But a lot of the tools, certainly the ones that are used in Ireland and the UK, things like the ADOS, are very much not neuro-affirmative and very much observational. And we know that we will miss so many autistic people. It just limits their ability to explore their identity when we're doing something like an observational assessment tool. We are not going to get to the heart of things with people at all. So it was just to say a little bit about that. And I guess for us, what we are doing is using the framework of the classification systems that are there, and we'll talk about those in more detail in a moment. But that for us is the assessment tool, if that's what people, if people feel, that you really need a structure. And there's limitations around that, of course, as well, which we'll talk about in a moment. But that's really what you're gathering information about. And those assessment tools that are there to support your ability to gather that information. So they're a tool to do that, but they're not the outcome, or they're not the final answer. So it isn't necessary that you use an assessment tool in order to gather the information that you're gathering once you're using the classification systems, or once you're mapping things on to what maybe the criteria are. And again, we'll talk about the limitations in terms of those systems in a moment. So the tools are there to aid that, but sometimes they don't aid it. And I think you've got to be aware of that and really thinking about, what is this doing? Is this giving me the information that I need? And what does this feel like for the person who's coming to the process? And I've seen lots of people, autistic adults, on Twitter talking about their experience of an ADOS assessment and being so unclear about what it was even telling the other person who was administering it. It's really interesting to read their experiences of that. So just to say that, do you want to add anything there, Juliana, or maybe talk about?
Yeah, I just want to, in a way, and I have had a lot of people saying to me that, they knew exactly what the psychologist wanted to hear. So they go into masking mood, rather than being authentic and being themselves. So again, you're not gonna, it's not really bringing the experience of the person into that interaction or into that particular assessment. So I think if you somehow what you are asking them, the person to do, is to really unmask with you, which is quite tricky because a lot of people are not even aware that they are masking. But even using those words, in this collaborative process can be interesting, because people will say, okay, that's fine. So maybe I can use different words, or I can say certain things that we might not have a chance to say it in other contexts. I know that, again, we're going to be, some people have spoken about, the amygdalas and other things. So we're going to talk about it afterwards. But in terms of what we do, is just that we don't use an assessment tool per se. Like our assessment tool is around working on the relationship, allowing the person to being authentic in that experience, and being curious and in a very respectful way, but in a very collaborative way. what are their experiences in life, you know, how do they relate to things, how do they relate to sensory, how do they relate to sensory input, how do they relate to friends, how do they relate to with creativity. So it's all about kind of thinking about kind of approaching that in a different way.
Yeah. And so for a lot of people, they might not be sure. Do they want to do the full assessment piece? Is that the right road? So doing something like a consultation in advance is really helpful for them and giving them that space to explore that. Is this the right track? Or, you know, do I need to think about other things? Or how do I figure that out? So giving that space can be really important to do. And then for us in the first session, so the structure of the 3 sessions, we'll just take you through what that looks like a little bit. So the first session is really about exploring with a person, how does being autistic make sense to them? The possibility that that's you know, something that's there for them. What brought them to wonder about that? And bearing in mind that that might be the first time that they've talked about that with somebody else, or articulated it or written about it. So that's quite a big step for people. It's also really important to check in with people at that stage. You know, what have they explored so far? What have they learned? Have they been listening to autistic people? What do they relate to in their experiences? Most people have done extensive research before they come to meet with you. They have done, you know, they've listened, they've learned, they're aware, they're really relating. And so they've done a lot of that process already. They've really discovered a lot about themselves. So we're just coming into that and learning alongside them and saying, okay, let's explore that further together. But, you know, let's see where you're at. Are you at the very beginning or have you done a lot already? So it's really important to do that. We also spent some time in the first session thinking about, you know, well, what's been your work history, or what are you studying and learning about, or what are you doing in life at the moment, if people are working or studying, of course. And that's often a very safe place for people to start with. It's a familiar area. For a lot of people, it's an easier place to start, but it's also a place where you can really learn a lot about people's autistic strengths, because quite often people gravitate towards what their interests are. They learn more about that. They might immerse themselves in that. Their work might come from that as well. So learning about, you know, what do you really enjoy about the job that you do? What do you hate about it? Can give you so much information about a person's strengths and abilities, and you're listening and thinking, do those align with autistic experiences? Maybe they do. Or are there parts of that that are uncomfortable for them that maybe that aligns with autistic experiences too? So doing that part is really important with a person. And then for us in that first session, so we try to, when we're using a structured framework, like which of course we do in the assessment processes, like the DSM or the ICD-11, we aim to cover the first half of those experiences with people. So we're exploring the different areas within the DSM. We reframe the language and the terminology within the DSM. I'll talk more about that in depth in a moment, but we aim to cover that first half. So in session 2, do you want to talk through that, Juliana?
Yeah. So as Maeve was saying, like, you know, we really stick to the criteria, the DSM criteria, and we rename that. So, you know, session 2 would be maybe a possibility of around exploring the part B of the criteria, you know, criteria B. So it's more about kind of the sensory experiences, the preferences in terms of how things happen, or doing things in a more pattern way. So again, it's all about the experience in terms of asking for examples, questions, or examples about how they interact with kind of stimming, or how they self-soothe. So it's all more kind of, the focus is around the part B criteria in session 2. Again, that is not, you know, per se that you have to cover this in session 1, you have to cover this in session 2. it's like a conversation, and it can't, you know, I think I can be very uncertain at the beginning, because we are not kind of, you know, used to do assessments in that way. But it's much more, it's a very personalized kind of exploration. It's not a conversation per se. You are constantly looking for the autistic experience. So you always have your kind of that hat in your head, you know, like the clinical hat, but it's an exploration rather than one making a decision. Yeah.
Yeah.
So generally speaking, session 2 is around part B criteria.
Mm-hmm. And then also in session 2, it's important to think about, well, you know, in our structured process, but it could be out session 2, but we also think about that wider context for people. So thinking about, is there anything else that might be co-occurring? Is there anything that might overlap, that might explain things in a different way? So that we're supporting people to come to the best and right understanding of all of their experiences, as well as maybe their autistic ones. So we think about people's medical history, their mental health history, their experience of any trauma in their lives, and exploring that to look at how that fits with their autistic experiences. How do we determine and support people to understand their trauma experiences in the context of maybe their autistic experiences? How can they understand the difference between the two, or do they overlap? You know, so there's a lot to explore there as well, I think, in the second session too. And sometimes, as Juliana says, it's not that all has to happen in the second session. Sometimes that's where an extra session might be needed to explore that more. The final session is really, you know, and I suppose the other thing that's important to say, that there is at no point in this is there this sudden, well, here's now I'm going to tell you the answer, or you're autistic or not. It's not that sudden of, you know, you're holding that information from the person and then there's a moment where you share it. It's a joint piece of exploring things, so that all the way along the person knows what you're thinking. You know, does this fit? This sounds like this aligns with autistic experiences. It sounds maybe it doesn't. Maybe it's a little bit different, or maybe we need to think about something else there. So there's no point where it's a surprise that, okay, now we're going to tell you if you're autistic or not. Usually I find by the end of the second session, we have that conversation about, okay, you know, we've talked all along about how there's a lot here that fits. I really think that there isn't anything else that explains things, and this seems to make the most sense to me. Does that fit with your experience? Do you think it makes sense to you that you're autistic? And you know, that we talk that through together before we have that final session, so that somebody has time to process, how does that feel? Does that make sense? Does that fit? Is there anything I'm not sure of, or that I feel a sense of doubt around, that maybe there's a different explanation for things, or maybe I need to consider my mental health experiences, or things like that. So that's very collaborative. And then the final session is really that further collaborative discussion around that, around how a person's experiences align. And I suppose it's about being aware and giving people space to have a response to that. You know, for some people, it's very overwhelming learning that, even though it's something maybe they knew all their lives when they look back, but having that piece confirmed in the process can be quite overwhelming. For other people, it's a huge relief and a huge celebration, and for many people, it's both of those things all at the one time. So it can be very mixed. And the final section, I suppose, is also a space to talk about some of the next steps. What do people need in terms of adjustments? So if an autistic identity is being confirmed, what are the adjustments that would be helpful? What's the paperwork and the documentation? And we're going to talk about all of those things in more detail in a moment, so I'm not going to spend time on them because we have a lot to get through. So we will talk about those in detail in a moment. The post-assessment support, it's just, Tara is going to speak about that in a lot more detail. We wanted to put it here because it's such an important part of the whole process. So it needs to be here as well, but we're not going to speak about that in detail because Tara is going to.
I just wanted to outline one thing is that, we are, again, we are in Europe. So I think what we do here is heavily rely on the guidelines, so the nice guidelines and other guidelines that are kind of currently needed in terms of assessment. And the guidelines are quite different for children and adults in autism, I mean. So even, sometimes you might not need, or an MDT, for example, in terms of diagnosing autism in adults, rather than you might need that with children. So, the guidelines are different. They are not the same for adult and child. And we thoroughly follow those guidelines.
Do you want to start this piece, Juliana?
Yes. So again, communication preference, gathering information. So I think when we talk about gathering information, I think it's a little bit about what Maeve was saying before in terms of kind of understanding previous experiences, or not only experiences in terms of mental health, but maybe other neurodiversities on our neurodivergencies. Sorry. So you can capture all those things maybe when you are gathering information. So there is a lot of gathering information before even kind of meeting with the person. But you can also gather those informations during your session. But those other going to be very helpful for you to again understand the overall person, because one of the things that are it's very, very common is that people would say, well, I have been diagnosed with anxiety and depression and I've been taking medication, but they don't work. They have never worked. So this is in itself another clue in terms of, is that really what is going on for this person, or, autism is really kind of how they interact, how they interact with the world, and therefore the experiences might be different and misinterpreted by neurotypical, and especially in terms of mental health services. So we have in the adult autism practice, we have a very thorough intake form that will ask a lot of questions in relation to what are their preferences in terms of communication, and we're going to touch on those as we go. But the intake form will include all the kind of the aspects of the DSM, and also that are not part of the DSM. We're also going to talk about it as we go. So there is a lot of gathering information, and this in itself is part of the diagnosis, because the person will tell you, well, sometimes, I couldn't make an appointment. For example, the person might say to you, I couldn't make an appointment because it took me so much time to answer that intake form. I needed some time to kind of respond, to process, and then maybe, after a month, I feel prepared to talk to you, because there is a lot of kind of gathering information beforehand in terms of all those points that we are talking here: communication preferences, the mental health needs, previous diagnoses, and we talk about the document as well in terms of how we formally gather information in relation to autism.
Yeah, just to add to that, I suppose in terms of the mental health needs and the risk part, I suppose there are a lot of unidentified autistic adults in mental health services who experience a high level of distress, and we know that experience can be so traumatic for people of going through life not knowing that they were autistic and having all of the different experiences around that, and there's huge trauma around that for people, and a lot of people find themselves, I suppose, in mental health services with no understanding of who they are or their identity, and they've had really challenging times in relation to that. And so I guess for a lot of people coming into this process, they are coming with a lot of those trauma experiences and very significant mental health needs at that time for a lot of people. So it's really important to be aware of that. And I think the main point here is obviously that people need support with that and with their mental health, and any distress that they're experiencing. But sometimes you might need to pause your process so they can access that support and that help. But then at times, it's for some people, it's not knowing if they're autistic is the thing that's causing them a lot of that distress, and knowing that would help to improve their mental health experiences. So it's that balance, and that's where you really need to tune into that for people and make sure that you're working collaboratively with them as the expert on themselves. They are the expert on themselves in terms of what's going to be supportive and helpful and what they need to move forward. Had I remember one person who came to us in the adult autism practice who scored quite highly in terms of risk, and our practice at the time was to offer them maybe a consultation in the first instance before moving to the assessment phase, so that they could see, do they need to access some supports or what's going on. And that person was very clear that they felt, I have been experiencing mental health the way that I have for so long, for all of my life. Why would delaying things be any help in this current instance? I actually need this assessment so that I can move forward and understand myself better. So you have to really be mindful that you need to collaborate with people around their own needs in terms of mental health and support them through the process. And that's important the whole way through. In terms of just the previous diagnoses bit, I guess that comes back to collaborating again with people around, what has been done previously, what have they been identified as, previously, and does that make sense to them? So many people will say, I had a dyslexia assessment when I was younger and I really agree with that. That makes sense to me, or ADHD, or I know that I experience anxiety. It makes sense. But a lot of people will come and say, I've been told I'm BPD and I don't agree with that, or it doesn't make sense to me that social anxiety is the right fit, or
Well,
I know.
bipolar is another one, isn't it?
Yeah, there's quite a few. So it's really important. And there's a few people who come where that does make sense to them. So
Yeah.
that's the important part, is that you're working together to recognize, okay, there might have been a lot of things identified previously, but that doesn't make them the right explanation for things. Um, so I'm going to talk a good bit now about the autistic criteria, the classification systems and things, if that's okay. I suppose we recognize that there are the two classification systems, the DSM-5 TR and the ICD-11 as well. And I suppose for both of those systems, there are issues with both of them. And they're both the same issues, I think, really, with both of them. Firstly, both of them are primarily deficit focused, as we've talked about at length today, in terms of the language and terminology that's used there to describe autistic experiences, and that's hugely limiting. But there's also, they are limited in terms of what they do explore in terms of autistic experiences. There's so much of the autistic experience that is outside of what's in the classification systems. And while we, currently we do have to use the classification systems, that's part of the best practice process, and we recognize that, but we also need to be aware that there's a lot of other things we need to explore within an assessment process, for that to be holistic, I suppose. And the other issue, I suppose, is that we need to reframe them from that deficit focus. So when you do take out the deficit-based language from the criteria, the areas that they talk about broadly are useful, recognizing that there's a lot that they don't encompass, but how we need to consider those areas is the part that we need to think about differently. So And that's not saying that we don't recognize that there can be challenges for people in those areas, but we need to recognize that there might be other experiences in those areas too. So when we're looking at all of the different areas in the criteria, what we're thinking about is, what are this person's preferences within this area? What's comfortable for them? What's not comfortable for them? How do they thrive? How do they best engage in each of these areas? What are their strengths? As well as what are the challenges that have arisen, what's uncomfortable, what doesn't work well for them. And do all of those experiences, when we explore all of those things in each area, does that align with autistic experiences? Are those also the things that autistic people would, generally speaking, communicate about in terms of their experiences? So at the moment, as far as we can see, that's the best option in terms of working through a neuro-affirmative process with somebody. So going through the criteria, thinking about it differently, but using the areas that are there, acknowledging the challenges, thinking about strengths, and I'll talk more about the specifics around that in a moment. But there are limits to doing that. So adapting the criteria, it's clearly not a suitable approach either. It's a little bit like a square peg in a round hole. And what we actually need is new frameworks and new ways of thinking and identifying autistic experiences. And these need to be autistic-led frameworks. They need to come from the autistic community, and they should reflect what the experience of being autistic is, not what the experience of not being neurotypical is. So I have a note there just on the slide about we're going to show you a sample of the mapping document. I'm just mindful of our time. I know we're probably going over our time a little bit. The mapping document is in your pack, so it will be sent out to you, and I can show that to you later on if people want to see it. You might put a note in the Q&A and we can show that. But it's essentially the classification systems, the DSM or the ICD-11, reframed from a neuro-affirmative perspective. And what we do is we add in people's information about their experiences. We work on that collaboratively with the person during the sessions. We gather the information, we see, and we decide together, does this make sense and does this fit? So I just wanted to take you through that. So I might move to the next slide. Is that okay, Juliana? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, sorry, I'm done one. So what is the information that you're gathering that is outside of these classification systems? I think we all know what's in them, but what are the parts that are missing that we're talking about that you really need to be aware of? So we might go through these quickly enough if that's okay. So the first thing is autistic communication. So you're really not focusing on what the deficits are in terms of neurotypical communication. It is, really important that what you're gathering is information about a person's communication experiences in relation to autistic communication. So do they communicate in autistic ways? And to do that, you need to know, well, what are the ways that autistic people communicate? And there are various different ways, just as there are for neurotypical people. So some autistic people use spoken communication, some autistic people use non-spoken communication, some use synchronous communication, asynchronous communication. And for some people, stimming is their form of communication about their emotional experiences. So you really need to be thinking about what is autistic communication and does this person's experiences align with that? Thinking about the style of communication then as well. So do they like to share very detailed information about their passions, about their experiences? Do they value honesty? Do they prefer that direct, straightforward communication? So much of neurotypical communication is quite baffling and confusing at the best of times. And do they really experience that? Does it have that feel of neurotypical is like a different language? This is my intuitive language. So really understanding that is important. Yeah.
The other aspect is creativity. So I think, there is this misunderstanding and misconception that autistics are not creative. And that is kind of, you know, the paradox of creativity in autism. And there are kind of studies in this area where, again, we have a lot of kind of literature in our pack as well. So you're going to be able to be kind of to read about them. But it's all about kind of how you experience and how you manifest your creativity. So maybe rather than again understanding creativity in terms of a more cognitive kind of way of expressing creativity, it might be a different way of expressing creativity. And in fact, I think every single autistic person I've met are extremely creative, you know, and that's, I think a lot of they would say that they experience the flow state in terms of, oh, that's where we feel really comfortable when they are kind of creating, writing, music, you know, or they are kind of performing. So it's all about kind of really kind of taking that idea of, it's shifting the paradigm really, that and allowing the person to express things that they haven't had the opportunity to touch on those things before, because it was all around, oh, you know, it's a black and white thinking, so therefore they cannot be creative. So yeah, so it's shifting those those understandings of autism.
Hyperfocus and monotropism. I think Jessica's video earlier just explained all of that so beautifully. I don't need to explain it. I could never explain it in as good a way as Jessica does anyway. But it does need to be explored as part of the process and what people's experiences are of that. It is viewed in the older literature quite negatively, as Anna alluded to in her video, of what that experience was like, or how the clinician for her daughter's assessment viewed her daughter's interest in what she was doing as a negative thing, as a restricted behavior, which, you know, doesn't make any sense. So important to focus on that. So that's all I'm going to say for that.
Also, the experience of masking, which is, you know, again, not part of the DSM, but it's a daily kind of is a day-to-day struggle for many. So those are kind of the things that are not captured in the DSM. So I think we talked about masking before. Again, I don't need to be repeating here.
And executive functioning, I suppose, again, not in the DSM profile, but certainly an experience for many autistics, not everybody, but certainly for many. And I think for a lot of autistic adults, they are managing those demands in terms of executive functioning in their work or if they're studying as well. But where they might be struggling more with that might be outside of those situations, you know, if they're in their daily life, their self-care and things like that. So that experience really needs to be explored, because that can be really very difficult one for people to manage. That can be a real challenging area for people. So definitely part of the process too.
The idea or the experience of empathy, I think there is a chapter in the book that talks about it, but, you know, very briefly, again, you know, shifting from this idea of a more cognitive empathy, but really kind of how the experience of empathy is experienced might be different. So maybe less facial expressions, but more kind of into their bodies and feelings, you know, insides, or emotions inside. So again, it's understanding how the experiences are experienced. Sorry, the word there, but it's how the person really, what is true for that person and how they experience those aspects.
Yeah. The last one there, that strong sense of social justice. Again, like we see this all the time in the autistic people that we meet with. That can be such a really strong, amazing strength and ability that comes from those value systems that people can hold, you know, in terms of honesty and loyalty and fairness, and all of those things, integrity, and adherence to the rules, I guess. And that is often again seen very negatively in the literature. It's seen as to do with that flexibility around the rules, and that this is a bad thing. But actually, this is a wonderful thing, and we have a lot to thank the autistic advocates in this world, the Greta Thunbergs of this world, for, in terms of their real passion and their drive and their energy and their motivation and their values around what's right and what's fair, and what's in terms of that equality piece. So exploring that is a really important part of the process as well. I think we have a few more of these just to think about as well. So autistic.
Sorry, Maeve and Juliana, sorry to interrupt there. I'm just wondering, do you want to have a little break before going on further?
Yeah,
Yeah.
do you want to? It's coming up soon, but yeah, we can break now if people want to. Yeah.
I think maybe just a little quick break now, and then,
Sure.
is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll
Okay.
come back in 10 minutes, so maybe at 2:55. Is that okay?
Brilliant.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thanks everyone.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're all back with us, and I hope you all had a good break there. We are overrunning a little bit on time, but I think judging by the chat, there's a lot of people very interested in this part. So we will still aim to finish by 4 today, but our schedule might be a little bit different to what we talked about earlier, but that's okay. We'll aim to finish by 4, and if people can stay on after 4, they're very welcome to, and we'll go through a few other things then as well if they want to. So I hope that's okay. So just before the break there, we were talking about the information to gather that's outside of the classification systems, and so there's just a few more parts on this before we move on. The autistic strengths piece, so definitely that's so important to begin a process with people around exploring what their autistic strengths, because obviously there are many valuable and important and positive and advantageous things about being autistic that are very important for people to attune to. But it can be, I think, a difficult one for a lot of people to identify themselves coming into this process, because I guess society has been telling them all of the time that the things that are their strengths are not okay. And they've been framed from the perspective of deficits. So it can be difficult for them to identify it, but it is essential that they explore that as part of the process, because that supports that cultivation of a positive autistic identity. So the things to tune into there, if you're not aware of what are some of the autistic strengths, of which there are many, it's that ability to really focus on the detail. People who are autistic can be, amazingly detailed in the research that they can carry out. They can develop that deep expertise. They can focus very deeply, much more deeply than neurotypical people can. Creativity, we spoke about earlier, can be absolutely astounding. Their approach can be very methodical. They don't tend to make errors on things because they're very much aware of that and noticing the detail in things. They have those values of honesty, loyalty, trust, transparency. We see these things all the time, and it's so amazing to explore those things, and such a privilege to witness them in people and to help them to make those connections between what their strengths are and how those strengths are autistic. And sometimes it's from a person's strengths that's how you know they might be autistic, because you can spot that. So just to highlight that. Do you want to say anything about the medical piece, Juliana? You're on mute there.
Sorry. It's more around exploring any co-occurrence in terms of medical history. So, epilepsy, genetics, brain injuries, and any other health condition that might be co-occurring. And we know that there are a lot of co-occurrences there. Also, I think the experience of trauma, and despite the fact that, I think the experience of trauma is subjective, it can come from kind of life events, but as well as complex trauma due to their own developmental life experience. So we hear a lot about kind of autistics being bullied in schools or abused, the masking experience as well, and maybe trying to adjust, in a neurotypical world. So there are so many layers to how people can experience a trauma, and for some people, they might not experience those things as trauma, but for a lot of people that I've met, those life events come on top of, all the difficulties that you can encounter as being, neurodivergent, if you like, in a very neurotypical world. So it's nearly that sometimes, somehow autism and trauma, they co-occur. And it's it's a very common experience for people that we meet, unfortunately. How you approach that, how you discuss it in the session, how you you don't want anyone to re-traumatize the person, so you have to really be kind of very tuning to that experience with the other person, in terms of allowing the person to talk about things that they might think it's helpful for that encounter, if you like. Not everybody talks about it, but it inevitably, when they are talking about the autistic experience in the neurotypical world, a lot of trauma comes with it, because those are experiences that nearly everybody goes through in their lives. So we have to really be aware that that is something that can also be present during our exploration aspect. Also a lot of kind of, again, undermining the trauma they're undermining their life experiences by other professionals, when they would say probably about, well, this is trauma, but maybe what in fact is happening is a sensory overload. So they might say that, there might be a misdiagnosis there in terms of the experience of the person, what the person is experiencing. So it's very kind of, you always have to pay attention to what is the meaning that the person gives to those experiences, and how they fit with what the person's, their own autistic experience. So our role is really to try and, I think, again, in a respectful way, and a collaborative way, to allow those things to be mentioned if the person feels that it needs to be mentioned, but also always aware that you want to provide that safe space without re-traumatizing the person. So you have to be very alert and careful in relation to that.
Yeah, and I think, just to add to that, I think a lot of people come to us certainly saying that they've been told by other people that they can't be autistic because they've had all of this trauma experience in their life, and that's the reason for how they're experiencing things. So it's just to be mindful of that, but as you correctly say, most people, it's both, so just to be mindful of that. I'm just going to, if it's okay with everybody, I'm just going to show the mapping document. I know we talked about it there earlier as something that we're going to put into the packs, of course. So you're all going to have this in the resource pack, but just to kind of demonstrate a little bit of what we're talking about here and how we map things out. So I hope that's okay with everybody. So I'm just going to pop that up on the screen for a moment, if that's okay, and show you what we're talking about here. So this is a sample. This is one that's based on the DSM, but we have an equivalent one for the ICD-11, so whatever system you're using. So I'm just going to move things around. This. So this is an example of a mapping document. So this is the DSM reframed into a neuro-affirmative approach. So what we do as part of our process is we explore all the different areas. So you can see each of these different areas. These are the DSM areas. I can't remember the exact phrasing and terminology that's in the DSM, but they are broadly around the what we call the social emotional reciprocity experience. So that interacting, communicating with other people, experience of non-spoken communication, and then experience of friendships and relationships. And what we do is we add in people's information over here. We add that from information that they might write to us about. We add it from what they tell us about in the sessions. And what we also do is we send this document. So we work on this. I put this up on the screen if I'm doing a remote session with somebody. And we work on it together. We fill it in together. And when we're finished the session, I send this to the person afterwards so that they can review it, process it, make sure that they're happy that we haven't missed anything, that there's nothing that's been misinterpreted, that it's accurate. They sometimes come back with information they want to add or clarify, or they might want have another example of something. And so we work on that until they're happy that it fits and reflects their experience. So as I was saying earlier, we would typically cover all of these first three areas in the first session, and in our second session then we would aim to cover section 2. So these are all around the motor movement side of things and vocalizations in terms of regulation, people's needs around routines, how they do things, transitions, what feels comfortable for them there, what's uncomfortable, and then also information about people's interests, what they're passionate about, hyper focus will come up there too. And then lastly, what are their sensory experiences? How do they understand and experience the sensory aspects of the world? So just wanted to show that to you. This is in your pack, and you'll all have a copy of this. And as I said, we have an ICD-11 one as well. But just to show you the example of how to reframe things. And by the end of your process with somebody, you have this completed document that reflects their experiences. And, so that's how we do it. So just to share that with you all. So if that's okay. So let me just go back here. So we're going to finish up our piece. Oh, sorry, we have one more part to focus on here in terms of the issues around information from childhood. I suppose for adults, this is something that comes up quite a bit. And I guess it comes from the classification systems that have reference to there needing to be evidence from information or evidence within childhood. The piece to think about here, though, is that both of the classification systems, the DSM-5, TR, and the ICD-11, they both specify that although they refer to information or evidence within childhood, they both state that that evidence or that information or those experiences may not manifest until later in life. So there is scope. I suppose it allows for that experience for a lot of autistic adults that there was no evidence in childhood. So that can and does happen, and there is research that supports that and that's emerging now around that in terms of autistic experiences. And the classification systems do allow for that. So you can be autistic and for there not to have been a huge amount of evidence when somebody was younger. The other things to think about, I suppose there's a few considerations there with it. And, in terms of doing an assessment process with an autist or with an adult who's engaging with this, it is really important to be aware of what that might be like for them in terms of if you're saying this is something we have to do, we have to gather information from your childhood, I suppose it's really important that you are valuing the autonomy and the respect for that person in terms of their exploration of their own identity, and that their information is valid about their experiences. So it's not that we, really should not be focusing on needing somebody else to come in and confirm what their experience is. So from their childhood or whenever that might be, that there's no need for an outside source to validate somebody's experience. Their experience is the most valid. And a lot of people recall a lot about what things were like for them when they were younger. And quite often, a lot of their family members or their parents weren't aware of maybe what their child's internal experience of things was when they were younger. So it can be a very unreliable source of information, asking family members or parents what somebody was like as a child, and the absence of them saying anything that they would have observed is not evidence that there was no experience there, if that makes sense. So you need to be thinking about that. There's also challenges in relation to gathering that reliable information. For a lot of people, it's a very, very long time ago. We have people in their 70s and their 80s who come for assessment, all the age ranges. So the people who knew them when they were children are also elderly at this point. And so the recall of what things were like when they were younger can sometimes be unreliable. So we really need to be aware of that. And that's also true for people in their 30s and their 40s. We're still talking about decades ago when they were younger. So to be aware of that. You also need to be mindful that it can be very challenging for people emotionally in terms of talking about their younger years and their childhood experiences. And for some, they haven't had that chance to explore things with their parents or to, look at things through an autistic lens and how maybe they had been misunderstood when they were younger. So you need to be aware of that. And we also need to be mindful that for a lot of people, if we're asking their parents about things when they were younger, if that's part of the process, we need to understand that autistic experiences were very differently understood when their children were children, if that makes sense. And so how they understood things at the time would have been very different than how we understand things now. So that can also influence their observations of things. So there's quite a lot to think about that. So you can conclude the piece, you don't need to have information about somebody's childhood experiences in order to conclude the piece with a person. You can base that on the information that's available. For many people, there will be no information. Either they don't have a family member or they're not comfortable including a family member in that part. So if that's not available, you're not going to have it anyway. And as I said, for many people, and recent research is showing that there was no evidence when they were younger, but they're still autistic, as an adult. So I hope that that's okay. Do you want to add anything there, Juliana? Is that okay?
Yeah, yes, because I think at the same time that there are people that don't want anyone to be, or any other member, family member or any other person that they know, maybe their partners or friends. There are a lot of people that would like, more people to be involved in that process. And that is possible, within that they explain during the assessment. So it is, we have kind of a form that we send, which we call a supplementary intake, if you like. So, it's gathering information again from another person that knows the autistic person, which they can use it, they might not use it. Most of the people that I've seen, they are happy to have that documentation filled out by a member of their family. But a lot of them would like to have members of their families, or especially partners, in the session with them, because they feel that the person can maybe tell or communicate or maybe share some experiences with us that they might not even kind of be fully aware of that. And it's interesting because I don't want to romanticize here the process, but it's beautiful to see how sometimes that meeting with someone else can also initiate the possibility of a different conversation among themselves. So for me, it's a real privilege to be, that someone trusts you to go through that process in itself. And then there is a lot, and sometimes you have that possibility as well of kind of members of the family communicating with the person that you were working with during the assessment. So it's a very interesting opportunity for and life experience for all of us.
Okay. So our last part to finish up with is just in relation to reports, letters, documents. So in relation to this, I suppose the thing to say is for adults and within the adult autism practice, we don't issue one full huge report at the end of the process. And there's a few reasons for that. So we find that for most adults, that's not the most helpful thing to do because they're not in systems where they need to access education or they're needing to access, particular services that need a long report, with the exception, obviously, sometimes mental health services do require that. But for most adults, that's not the case. And what we're finding works a lot better is having like a suite of letters that people can use for particular purposes. Because the issue with having only one report is that everything is in that. And if a person needs to use that report to access something, then they have to send in all of their information to whatever that service might be. And they may not want to do that. They may be sensitive information in a document like that. I'm thinking of, an example of that is people who might want to access adjustments or have requirements for adjustments if they're traveling through an airport and they want to access supports there. They probably don't want the airport having all of their mental health history and things like that. So having a suite of letters, we're finding, is more helpful for people. All of your documentation needs to be affirmative, it needs to be validating, it needs to reflect the person's experiences, and it needs to include information about the challenges that people experience, but also about their strengths and abilities. And it also needs to explain an autistic identity from a neuro-affirmative perspective. So those are the things to keep in mind. We've talked about the mapping document, and we're going to show an anonymous completed version of that later on after the webinar today, if people want to stay around for that, but we can include that in the resource pack as well. So I'm not going to talk any more about the mapping document. Do you want to speak about the confirmation letter?
Yeah, very quick, briefly again. is a kind of 2 or 3 sentence letter just to, again, if there is a need for a proof of the diagnosis, then that's what this letter is about. And it's accordingly to whatever, classification you've used. So DSM-5, so according to DSM-5, you meet the criteria. Or that there is a you're going to see the document, but it's a very brief proof letter, if you like, of the diagnosis.
Yeah, that's probably the letter people use the most because they can use that to access, whatever they need. So the other documentation then is to do with equitable requirements. So most people probably know these as reasonable accommodations, but we're uncomfortable with the terminology of reasonable accommodations. I guess when we call it reasonable, it's almost as though a person is, I'm being very reasonable about this. If you don't mind, could you please, put this in place for me? And it's almost like you're asking for a favor, when in fact what we're talking about here are adjustments to the environment that are essential for people to feel comfortable, to be able to access the space. It's like breathing air or eating food. These are essential things for people to be in a space. So equitable requirements is what they are. They're things that people require to make the environment equitable for them. And the 3 areas to think about for these, for most people, are to do with their workplace, to do with if they're studying, if they're in university or college or anywhere else, or if they're accessing healthcare, so going to their GP, or if they are going to hospital or things like that. There's some lovely Irish research just recently published by a group led by Mary Doherty and her group around that, around the barriers to healthcare and talking about that. So this great research that's backing up all of these things, autistic-led research, which is wonderful and needed, badly needed. So for a lot of people, I think when you're exploring these things with them and what do they need, most people don't know, well, what are the things you can put in place, you know, what can be the adjustments. So it's really helpful to give people a list of some ideas, some options to help them think about that and figure out what would be helpful for them. So that's the piece around those. The report piece?
The report itself is a bigger piece. And again, because it's very personalized, again, you know, the person might decide to that they might not want a full report, as Maeve was saying. But the full report would kind of give a brief background information, as well as kind of the resources that we used in terms of maybe kind of the screeners, but also the mapping document, which is part of the full report. But it's, again, is a very neuro-affirmative and very welcoming report in the sense that you are reattesting and reassuring the person about their autistic identity. So it's a very positive a neuro-affirmative document. I think that's mainly I think that there will be, you know, again, it's part of your pack anyway, so you see that in the report.
Yeah. And as we said earlier, typically we don't do that full report because most people don't require it. The other documentation that we do talk to people about is if they are applying for welfare supports. I'm conscious that this will be different across different countries, but in Ireland and the UK, which is the context I'm most familiar with, there are different welfare supports people can apply for, the disability allowance, the PIP payment in the UK. And I suppose it's the important part, whatever country you're in and whatever system you're in, it's likely that that welfare system is probably not neuro-affirmative. And I guess it's important to prepare people for that, you know, they probably will require some supporting documentation from you for them to be able to access that. But to know that they've had this hopefully very positive experience with you that's neuro-affirmative, but they're then going into a different system that's not neuro-affirmative, and the documentation will look very different for that. So it's really important to prepare people for that, so that they know that that's, you know, what that's about, and that you'll need to support them with that. So we just have one piece left, I think. This is our final slide. So I guess it's, you know, we both just wanted to think about it together, about when a person is not identified as autistic. That does happen, of course, at the end of the process, that maybe it doesn't make the most sense. And I think the thing I just wanted to say about that is that again, it's a collaborative process still for everybody. So that's not something that comes as a surprise. And I suppose if you're working collaboratively with somebody, it's a process that you both jointly arrive at that conclusion together, that actually this doesn't fit and something else might make more sense. But people still need some support around that. And it's important to recognize that there's still, you know, pathway for people there. But it's very much both of you discovering that at the same time. It's not a sudden piece or anything like that. And we wanted to reflect a little bit at the end, just in terms of us as neurotypical clinicians, and what that's been like working in this way. Do you want to start with anything, Juliana, there?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, you know, it is a privilege, and I feel really privileged to be part of this team and doing assessments in the way that we are. It's very, the satisfaction is amazing. And I think that the trust that the person puts in yourself and in the process is brilliant. So it's all kind of rewarding. Now, obviously there are, it's can be very tragic and can be very painful. And because, we work in a very empathic way, there is an impact to us clinicians as well. Like we can't pretend that those stories don't impact us, but the majority of, I think I feel very energetic, and because it is a process, it's even in the, within those 3 sessions that you have with them, with the 3 meetings or encounters, you see the person going through a process really of maybe becoming a bit more confident in terms of their own identity and seeing advantages that maybe before they could not kind of see. So it's really, really rewarding, but also is a third language, as I was saying, for me. So there is a lot of learning there. So not only learning from the person that is in front of you, but also kind of learning in terms of, books, reading, being kind of dialoguing with colleagues and supervision and all those important pieces that complement, the work that we do. But I think fundamentally for me, I always say that is a human right. I come from, if you think about the human rights in terms of the interactions that I do and the possibilities that are there, it's huge. So I feel extremely privileged to be part of this team and be doing that work.
Yeah.
And I have to thank every single person that I've met in this process. Has been really rewarding.
Yeah, absolutely echo everything you've said, Juliana. It's a huge privilege. And I think, we've said it many times today, but if you are a neurotypical clinician, doing an autism assessment with anybody of any age, children, adults, is a complex process. And if you're a neurotypical clinician, there's an extra layer of complexity around that, because it is a different language that you're learning, and you really need to immerse yourself in that in any way that you can. And you need to access, as you said there, Juliana, neuro-affirmative supervision and peer support is essential. You absolutely must be doing that. And I think, one of the things that I think about in relation to it all is that what you're really doing is, we've constructed this process, and it's really about deconstructing it. We've constructed a process in psychology, particularly around how to do this, but it's about deconstructing it and reconstructing it to adjust for the person's unique needs. That's what you're doing, and you're doing that collaboratively and reconstructing it together. And if you can think about it in that way, you need to be open, you need to be mindful, and ready to learn and make mistakes. That's certainly been a huge feature, I think, for all of us in the adult autism practice. We get things wrong, we get our language wrong, our terminology wrong. You've seen us do that today. And we reflect on that, we learn from that, and we try and grow, and we try and recognize that, we have our limitations also. And, we're trying to, I suppose, do the best that we can until we know better, is what somebody said earlier in the chat, which is so true. So it's been such a privilege to be part of it, and some of the most enjoyable work I've ever been involved in my whole career. So that's the end of our piece, I think, for today. I'm sorry that we've run over time, but we're very happy to stay later for people with the Q&A piece. But the important piece that's coming next is Tara's piece around the post-assessment support piece. But if people would like to take a very quick 2-minute movement break while we get things set up, please do that, and we'll be back in 2 to 3 minutes with the next piece, if that's okay.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
We're running over, so we're going to do our best to catch up, and we will be continuing after 4 with questions, and we will record those obviously and send them on to anyone who has to go. I'm running out of words, so I had pre-recorded a piece just in case this happened. And I'm going to press start, but what I wanted to say about it is it's mostly an auditory experience for you. So feel free to move around while you're listening to me and just let the words wash over you. It's all around embodying what we've been talking about today in post-assessment or post-identification support moving forward. And let me think. Yes, we are sending out the further resources, and just that this piece is so key because the assessment is the end of one chapter really and the start of a new chapter. And so from that moment that the person's identified that they are autistic, and then if they go through a formal process and that identification has been confirmed and validated by somebody else, then that's this whole new pathway and chapter in their lives. It's the whole rest of their lives begin. So it's just so vitally important. I'm going to turn off my video and start playing now. So just bear with me for a sec. If you are watching this, it means that I have either run out of words and I'm finding it difficult to speak, or I'm feeling close to being unable to speak. And that is something that happens to me, as it does many autistic people. I have what I call unreliable speech, and it has nothing to do with anxiety. It seems to be more around energy. So I suppose as an accessibility measure, I recorded this now. It's around 5 o'clock Irish time, the evening before our webinar. And I wanted to make it so that I would have it here as an accessibility measure if I did run out of words. So that means that I'm close to running out of words for tomorrow. And I'm preparing. What I want to talk to you about is around post-identification support. And as you probably know at this stage, I'm an autistic psychologist and therapist. I'm the founder and CEO of Thriving Autistic, and we're a nonprofit. And I'm also the post-assessment support lead at Adult Autism Practice. And I'm the founder of the Neurodivergent Practitioner Community. I'm also the mom of 3 autistic brilliant kids, and my partner is an ADHDer. So I'm very much immersed in this community, alongside being autistic myself, obviously. And what I wanted to talk to you about, we don't have a huge amount of time, and I do run full day-long trainings on this. And in fact, you know what, this learning and this work, it continues. It's not something you can just do one day training on and you know it all. It's very fluid, and it continues. The conversation continues on what it means to be neuro-affirmative, what it means to be a neuro-affirmative practitioner, and how best to support late identified autistic adults. But for today, I wanted to cover just some of the following areas around important considerations around co-creating meaningful support, some areas for exploration, a little bit of information around psychoeducation for your clients, some practical suggestions, and a little bit about fostering a positive autistic identity. Okay. So there are a couple of really important considerations to keep in mind when you're supporting autistic adults. But first and foremost, it's around your own cultural competency. And I think that this is kind of core and at the heart of everything that we do, both in Thriving Autistic and in the adult autism practice. So being culturally competent, it means understanding and adapting to a person's culture. And
to do that, you have to be able to recognize and respect the unique culture that's in front of you. So thinking in terms of, say, intersectionality, I'm a white woman. So that's where my identity lies. If I'm working with someone who's of a different race, gender, sexuality, I'm not going to have a shared experience with them. So understanding, I suppose it's called recognizing your privilege. So understanding where you're coming from and where the other person is coming from, and equally recognizing that you can't, in many ways, understand and have a shared experience with someone from a completely different culture to you. So having some cultural humility and respect for the person in front of you is going to be an ongoing underpinning of your work. It's going to be so crucial for you if you want to be a neuro-affirmative practitioner. So if you are a neurotypical professional and you want to support somebody post-identification and they are neurodivergent, I'm only going to speak about being autistic because that's the what we're discussing here today. But if you are not autistic and you're working with someone who is autistic, that is just the key piece that you have to constantly keep in mind in terms of your own humility of your practice. There will not be shared experiences of neurotypes. And no matter what you do to learn from the outside, you can be so understanding and empathetic, and that will go so far to help bridge the gap in understanding between you and your client. But also you will always have to remain humble to their experiences and put their experiences first. Now, we know that person-centered practice requests and requires that of us all, no matter who we're working for. So it's just about being much more explicit about that. Yeah, I think that that's just the core of the whole thing. If you're going to work with someone in support, whether it be an adult or a child, you need to keep it truly person-centered, recognizing the intersectionality, the different identities that that person inhabits, recognizing that the structural inequities that exist, the barriers to equality and the barriers to equal access that your client will likely have faced all the way through their lives by being part of a marginalized group, whether they knew that they were or not. Autistic people are part of a marginalized group and they're in the minority. So in the dominant culture, our ways of being as autistic have been seen as deficient, just from the perspective of the dominant group. So you'll have to hold that in your mind at all times, to humble yourself, to appreciate where the group that you're working with is coming from. When I speak here, or when I mention here in this slide about internalized ableism, that is really crucial also. It's another really vitally important consideration, because the people that you're working with, late identified in life people, usually they will have internalized all the messages that they'll have been given about, their behavior, their communication styles, and all the different ways that they're being told they're wrong and they're not enough. So the vast majority of people that we've worked with would have, and ourselves too, we've all been given these messages, would have an internalized ableism. And that is this assumption that if you're not contributing to society, if you're not able for everything, that you're not good enough in some way. So sometimes you'll have clients come to you and they will want help with with changing their own way of being and changing themselves. And that's where a lot of the work may be for you, in helping them to accept, unpack this internalized ableism and accept and embrace their right to be in this world freely as who they are. So challenging negative messages about disability, challenging negative messages, kindly challenging them about neurodivergence in ourselves and in our clients, and working to recognize and dismantle those ways in which the structural inequities impact people's lives is core to this work. Then with practitioner positionality, I mean, these are all intertwined, all of these points, but practitioner positionality and being a reflexive practitioner, it's just so crucial to approach that work, approach our work in a collaborative perspective. And then finally, if you are not autistic yourself, we recommend that you hire an autistic consultant, an autistic professional, get supervision from an autistic professional to support you in your work and to help you ensure that your work is tailored to the individual needs and priorities of the people that you work with. And keeping you honest. It will help keep you honest, because a lot of the time we don't notice what we're missing. So having somebody part of that marginalized group being able to point out what you're missing is just so valuable. So the first step that we identified really in Thriving Autistic for supporting autistic adults post-identification is around co-creating meaningful support. So as we've said earlier in this training, we don't ever target autistic ways of being. So we're looking at supporting this individual person in front of you, and therefore it needs to be individualized support for what they need support with. So information gathering about the reasons for seeking assessment and their priority areas for support and how they feel about being autistic. Those feelings will shift for most people. Some people, well, a lot of people talk about that they feel a real high after, and a huge sense of joy and relief initially after identifying, either self-identifying or formally doing a collaborative assessment, that they have this joy and relief that actually there's nothing wrong with them, they're just neurodivergent. And that can last quite a while or a short time, but often there's a roller coaster of emotions, and then the person may feel grief over what would their lives have been if they had been better supported. So obviously holding space for a person to express those feelings and look to find out what their priority areas for support. And a lot of the times you find clues for that in why they sought assessment in the first place. And you can use that to collaboratively work together to figure out what kind of support that they need and that they want. I'm just looking here at my notes to see, is there something else that I wanted to, yeah. So like, how is their diagnosis impacted on their own sense of self, their relationships with others? And obviously it's important to approach these discussions with an affirming perspective that recognizes the value and the uniqueness of the person's experiences. So creating a safe and supportive environment for the conversations. And remembering that each person's experience of being autistic is completely unique, and that they're the expert in their own needs and experiences. So developing goals and strategies that meet their individual needs is really key. And then you might find that psychoeducation could be useful for them, because some people, some autistic people find out that they're autistic and they don't really know what that means, and they'd like to know a bit more about how their brain works and what does it mean? What does the whole tell them about their neurology? They want to know about it, what it means for different areas of their lives. And at the same time, you'll likely find that the vast majority of autistic people have done a huge amount of research before they even sought a formal assessment. So they may very well be far more informed than you are. And so psychoeducation may not be needed at all. It may be just a really nice discussion around it. And so just in terms of if you are offering psychoeducation, to make sure that everything is framed in a value neutral or a positive way. So nothing is framed in terms of shaming or negative judgments. For example, stimming. So looking at the areas of exploration that we often will work with people in post-assessment support is processing the past through the lens of what they know about themselves. And the time frame for that varies from person to person. It may go on for many years alongside working to adapt to the present or looking to the future. But oftentimes people for years will have memories will pop up in their mind, and they'll suddenly realize, so that's what that meant. They'll reframe it or have dreams about their past. And as I suppose they're having this psychological restructuring and re-understanding, making meaning of the past through this lens of what they now know about themselves. So it's a true honor to be walking alongside somebody who's going through this process and helping them to support them through that and reframe it for them. They often will be seeing in their own family, in their family history, perhaps their children or their parents or their relatives, they'll be seeing neurodivergence there, and they want to talk that through with you too, perhaps. Then looking to adapt in the present, what does the person need in the present? And we'll move on to that in the next slide. Well, what do they need? How do we help them to realign their life to fit better with their neurology? And then looking to the future. So they're really just the core areas. It's about the past, the present, and the future. What kind of life can they look forward to now that they have this information about themselves? So the person may want to explore disclosing their diagnosis, talking about it, either work or at home or in college if they're studying, or so these are really individualized conversations, and they'll need to weigh up the pros and cons in each different context to make decisions around disclosure. With regard to seeking accommodations in work, accommodations are adaptations that need to be made. So legally, every disabled person is, no matter what country or across the world, legally there's a requirement for disability accommodations to be made. Think even more broadly, think in terms of friendships and relationships, about accommodations there. So for instance, within a family, accommodations in the family might mean wearing headphones when the kids are being too loud, or getting time to themselves when they get home. If the person's out at work, when they get home from work, getting time to themselves before they have to engage in the busyness of the family life. With friends, meeting friends, accommodations and adjustments may be around if they're going out to meet friends somewhere, choosing a quieter place to meet if noise is, and it turns into sensory overwhelm for them. So just thinking more broadly about what kind of accommodations the person can make to to enjoy their lives more. The last item there is self-advocacy, because you need to be able to advocate for yourself to get these accommodations made. And it can take quite a while for late identified adults, particularly if they've been pushing through all their lives and not looking for accommodations and trying to fit in. It can take quite a while. And a lot of the work can be around supporting them, again, to unpack that internalized ableism they may have, to challenge that and to help them, support them in their own self-advocacy. You can start that in the room, in the therapeutic room, about helping them to advocate for their own needs within the room, in terms of power sharing, where they sit, the lighting, the sound in the room if you're together, or if it's virtually, to, whether they have their camera on or off, whether they're using their voice or the text chat box to talk to you. So these are all intertwined. There's a beautiful dance between them all, really. Unmasking too, learning how to safely unmask and more fully being authentically themselves. That ties in with self-advocacy, because the more you can advocate for yourself and what you need to survive and to thrive, then it starts to become easier to just be more authentically yourself and unmask. So these things, again, they all tie in. The sensory experiences are so crucial, how we experience the world. And again, lots of late identified adults don't know what their sensory preferences and needs are. And they may be aware of some of the really strong ones, but the more subtle ones and those that drain their energy or give them energy, they may not be aware of. So again, always remember, in terms of sensory experiences, that there's sensory joy as well as sensory distress. So you'll be exploring what brings joy and what brings distress, and what accommodations can be made. And sometimes I've seen it's called glimmers or triggers. I think that's beautiful, glimmers. So thinking around that, and you may need to refer out. In fact, we do all the time refer people to an occupational therapist who's specialized in sensory perception to help the person to identify their sensory differences and their sensory needs and strengths. And then looking overall at the person's strengths and challenges, helping them look at them and see, how, again, it's all fitting into that bigger picture of how do you realign your life to fit better with your neurology. And so looking to pull on your strengths and minimize your challenges, and seeing how you can really live a life that you want to live, and find the energy to get to do that. So talking about energy, actually, and I should have put that on the slide, but energy accounting is another beautiful way to start to really delve into how to, self-advocate accommodations and how to manage your life. And that is that idea was come up with by a brilliant autistic professional named Maya Tudal. And I highly recommend that you learn more about that. And I'm going to put it into a handout that I'll be sharing with you after this training. So it'll be in amongst the selection of materials that you get after this training. So there's a self-reflective piece for you as a practitioner to understand better your own positionality. And there's also some resources in there around some of this brilliant stuff that you really need to be aware about. Moving on, so fostering a positive autistic identity and recognizing that all neurodivergent people deserve equal voice and equal power. This is all just so key. And I know that we'll have been spoken about this throughout the training today. So this is just, again, to really bring it home and remind everybody here that we all need a self-identity that's positive. We all need to believe in ourselves to thrive on this planet and during our lives. So it's really key to your work is to foster that positive autistic identity. And you need to let go of any ideas, if you have them, that feeling good about yourself is only something that's accessible for people who have low support needs. So that's just complete nonsense. Everyone deserves to feel good about themselves. Everyone deserves equal voice and power and autonomy in their lives. And our job is to support people to get that, to access that. This doesn't mean at all that we're ignoring or minimizing the challenges that come along with being autistic in a world that wasn't designed for you, or some of the challenges that are co-occurring that any human can have. They're legitimately, no matter what we would do in society, for instance, I'll always have this difficulty with losing my words. So it seems to be it's there, no matter what changes we make in society, I'm still going to have them. But that's why I'm making these adaptations, such as recording this this evening. And others will always have their certain elements. I have hyperacusis too. So again, no matter what changes are made in society, there are still going to be loud noises that are going to be like people dagging my ears stabbing my ears with a dagger. And that's not going to change that. So we're not trying to minimize anything, but we're still saying everybody deserves to feel good about themselves. All of us do. And that's our job. That's the core work here. And recognizing the privilege of being part, if you were non-autistic, being part of the dominant group, particularly if you are in the position of formally identifying somebody as autistic or not. That is a massive privilege to hold, and to say, you're in the dominant position and you're determining what somebody else is. That should never be held in any other way other than in the most humble way, and collaboratively. As you'll have just seen with Maeve and Juliana, and how they describe the process that we use. So I've left this till the very end because I think it is just so vitally important. If you want to feel good about yourself, you need to be around others who make you feel just safe to be yourself. And what better way to do that than to be around other autistic people? So connecting your clients with the autistic community, that is one of the most joyful parts of my work, I have to say. Of the honor of my life over the last number of years doing this work has been seeing the relief and the freedom in people who've gotten to connect with other autistics, and to know that you're not alone, that there are others like you. That is just so incredibly freeing. I don't know what therapy could ever equate to the power of that. So as you see, through this short presentation, the therapy that we do is not about changing the person. It's not about changing autistic ways of being. It's about lifting the person up, helping them understand themselves better, helping them speak out either by their voice or by text or whatever way, sign language, whatever way they do, but to get that equity. And what better way to do that than connecting them with the autistic community? So at Thriving Autistic, we run peer support. We run social meetups monthly for autistic people to come and meet other autistic people. These are all online, so they're from people from all over the globe join these. We run peer support groups. We run, we do lots of stuff on social media, and we run these 6-week programs, smaller group programs for people who've been recently identified, to learn more about all of these areas and to talk more about them with other autistic people who've been recently identified, and the groups are led by autistic psychologists and coaches and therapists, and they're just absolutely magnificent. So in whatever way you can, please make sure that you are linking people up with the autistic community. And if you need support with that, link in with us and we'll be glad to help those people connect with the community. I'm just at the end of my time, so I think I just would like to say thank you for listening to us all today. Thank you so much for giving us your attention. If you're watching the recording and you didn't manage to make it live, thank you for being here. And I really hope that you will carry through in your work what you've gained here today. And know that this is just the start. This is like the tip of the iceberg, what you've been hearing here today. And there's so much more to know. Please buy the book if you can afford it. Get onto social media, find other autistic professionals, learn from them, learn from autistic people, professional or non-professional. And if you're here as an autistic professional watching this recording, I am just so honored and humbled to get to share some of my understandings and learnings from our community here today. And I'm just so grateful to you for all the work that you're doing, because I know how challenging and how inspiring and meaningful it can be for us all. So thank you so much. We're going to move on to the Q&A now. Take care.
Thank you so much, Tara. Okay, and thank you to everybody else, and apologies that we've gone a bit over. Like we said, this is all going to be recorded anyway. So if anybody has run out of spoons and is exhausted, feel free, or has to go, feel free to log off. We'll have the video, not tonight, probably not tomorrow, but we will certainly have the video within soon. I don't want to give an exact time and then not live up to it. But we will have the video soon. So please do if you're tired, because there's been a lot of talking. And I would understand if people were a bit tired and have other things to do. So I'll run through some of the questions now. We probably won't have time to answer all of them, but I'll really do my best to answer the ones that are the most relevant and coming up often. There's a few different ones about tools. So some of them were asked earlier, but before that we actually started the talk about assessment tools, but I still think that it's useful because it's the thing that we're asked time and time again. So one of the ones that came up here, here's from Leah. So in Michigan, in the USA, I was told by my supervisor that the ADOS is required in order to diagnose if one wants to receive state-funded services. Of course, I'm only aware of how it works in the US, not so much in other countries, and my assessment didn't consist of the ADOS. As I clarified, I was seeking identification solely for myself. Okay, so I'm curious how you navigate interacting with insurance, disability, government benefits when they may require some semblance of objective measures. So I'll just start things off by saying, and there was a similar question there about the ADOS. The ADOS people themselves say that the ADOS is not, what's the language? The ADOS is not, they don't say it's not suitable, but it's not, what's the word, Maeve?
Like the only tool or the only thing you need, or?
No, but they say it hasn't been properly researched. It's not fully standardized. Like there was
it's not validated, is it? It's not validated.
Thank you. I don't think it's validated for an Irish audience. We had recent ADOS training that a colleague of mine was at, and they actually said, this is validated, it is researched on children, not yet adults. So I would just double check. So in Ireland, for example, now I can only speak for Ireland, but in Ireland, it was a lot of misinformation. When we started doing this, we would have been told, oh, you have to do the ADOS. It's the gold standard tool. There's another question there. The ADOS and the ADIR, they're the gold standard tools. You have to use them. You have to use them. But when actually you look at a lot of the best practice guidelines, they don't actually say you have to use these tools, and particularly for the adult guidelines, because there are no tests at the moment for adults that are validated and are very well respected in terms of identifying autistic adults. Okay, so it is a different story for children, even though we have our issue. I mean, I have my own issues with the ADOS for children, but leaving that aside. So I suppose my first thing is I would just absolutely double check, because there are some assumptions. We assumed for ages we'd have to use the ADOS. And then we stopped using the ADOS, not with adults, but even with children. And, you know, and there's been absolutely no issue. Nobody is saying, no, this isn't an acceptable report, because our assessments are very, very thorough. And so I would just really make absolutely sure, don't take anybody's word on it. I would really look for the guidelines, look for specifically, does it really state the ADOS has to be done, is what I would say first. And then, okay, I suppose the question then is, let's say, for example, there is a particular area, for example, government benefits, and they say that you have to use a standardized tool. I mean, personally, I have massive issues with that, because none of the tests, they are wrong, blatantly wrong in insisting on that for an adult autism assessment. But so what I would say is, number one is maybe try in some way to advocate for change in that, in some way that you can, either emailing your recognized body, doing some kind of advocacy to change the system. And then, okay, guys, what do we think if they're looking for it?
Yeah, I think this. Oh, sorry.
No, you go on.
I just was going to say, I think it relates back to what we were talking about earlier in terms of advocating for that system change. I mean, we recognize that there are systems that do insist on that, and we have them here as well. Maybe not so much formally, but certainly informally. It's definitely a feature in Ireland too, that there are some services that insist on it must be an ADOS, and it differs across the country. We don't even have a standard practice in that. But I think that comes back to that advocating for that system change piece around, well, why are insurance companies insisting that you must do this tool? Who's informing them about that, and what are they being informed by to make that decision? And so I think it's important that we constantly push back on that and question, well, where did that come from, and who's making that decision? What evidence is that based on? Where's the research that supports that? Because there is no one single tool that is going to encompass everybody's experience. It doesn't exist, so it's marginalizing people. But so I think it just, for me, comes back to that, but other people might.
Yeah, and then, I mean, what you can do as a workaround is, there's times now again, I don't know about regulation in the USA, but certainly we, for example, as a workaround where that might be needed, say for the ADOS, if there was a very specific service that weren't going to do it without the ADOS, I've done the ADOS, but in a very unstandardized way, but made sure to put, of course, if anything isn't standardized, I would put in my report that I used some of the ADOS to, that we used the ADOS, we did this, and this from the ADOS. It wasn't standardized because of X, Y, or Z, and then did all my other stuff behind. So we would have taken out the problematic aspects of it, used parts that maybe weren't problematic, put in the report that it was completely unstandardized, not in that language, and that has been accepted. Certainly in Ireland, that hasn't been a problem, because you're clearly stating that you did it in an unstandardized way, and services have accepted that. Because obviously we're never using that tool, because psychological assessment should never be based on one tool anyway. And we have such thorough reports and such thorough assessments that really services can't turn around and say, well, that's not a thorough assessment. There's no clear evidence there, because we have so much information in all other areas. But it's certainly not ideal at all.
Also, just to add to that the tools are problematic because they can be so misleading in terms of what the outcome should be. So, the problem with that is that people are sometimes overly focusing on, well, this is what my tool says, and that's telling me that this person is autistic or isn't autistic, when actually they're not thinking about the DSM part or the ICD-11 or the you know, those classification systems, at the moment, the best practice criteria do state that those are what we need to be benchmarking against, not what an ADOS says or what any other assessment tool says.
Yeah.
The tools are there as a way of enabling you to gather information. But the problem with some of those tools is that they have a scoring system, but that can be so wrong. So you really have to be aware of that and know that actually what you're ultimately benchmarking against is the autistic experience. Then you know, your classification systems are a way of trying to structure that, but these assessment tools are just a way of gathering the information. And if you're gathering the information in other ways, it's probably more valid, the information that you're gathering. So always think about how reliable is the information I'm gathering, not whether it aligns with some assessment tool or not. That's what.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot, and again, we're talking more about children because we actually don't do the ADOS with adults. I've never done an ADOS and an ADA, well, I don't do the adult assessments anyway, but we've never done the ADOS and the ADA with an adult. Certainly, we've done it with a lot of children, and we've seen a lot of assessments where children haven't scored, well, loads where they haven't scored in the ADOS, less in the ADIR, but sometimes. And then yet, when you pull out the DSM-5 or ICD-11 criteria and you go through it, they actually do meet the criteria, and they're very obviously autistic as well through all the information that's come in, but they're not scoring on those tests. A bit like Anna was talking about earlier. So I think it's, you know, I think that we're fed this notion of this gold. I know somebody else's question there, you know, the gold standard. I really dislike when I hear that phrase now, gold standard tool. I don't know, I find it very jarring, because I've seen tools like the ADOS being put forward as the gold standard tool and missing so many children with very serious negative effects when psychologists only take it as the scoring from the ADOS. It's very dangerous. So you know, you have to use your clinical judgment and gather information in other ways as well. But it is very difficult when you're in systems. But like Maeve said, when you look at the guideline, a lot of the guidelines, they actually don't say that you have to use specific tools. There's kind of a narrative that we think that we have to, but actually when you look at the guidelines, it's not often not necessarily the case. So, okay, let me see. Okay, so if a neurodivergent child's way to communicate that they want to play is grab another child's hair, is it not neuro-affirmative to help them learn another way to communicate that need? Absolutely. I mean, nobody can go around pulling other people's hair, whether they're neurodivergent or neurotypical. You know, we all need to learn to be respectful of other people and communicate our needs in healthy ways. So it's not, being neuro-affirmative isn't letting people, you know, hurt or be disrespectful to other people in any way. It would be about helping them communicate their needs in different ways. So yeah. Okay, and then let me just see, here we go. Okay. Probably jumping the gun to the outcome of the process. Would you ever leave it as open as we've discovered together that you are neurodivergent, or does it always end in a specific diagnosis? Do you guys want to?
Yeah,
take
I have some thoughts on that. I think like for me, it has always, any parts that I've been involved with people, it has always ended in the specifics around how they understand themselves. And I think for me, that comes back to the identity piece and you know, how people like to identify themselves, and that's for each individual person to best understand themselves, I suppose, and to decide themselves about what makes the most sense to them. And for some people, they understand their identity as being autistic. For other people, they talk about their neurodivergence. So I think that's part of the piece, and it's about what's meaningful to the person. I think if you're working collaboratively, there's room for that and scope for that, that you can figure out what best works for the particular person and figure that out together. And if that's autistic, then maybe you have a role in providing them with some structure around that in terms of documentation and information about things they can access. But if that's neurodivergence, then maybe that's what's meaningful for them. But I don't know if other people have other experiences on that, but that certainly would be my scope on that. Does anyone want to add anything?
Yeah, no.
Sorry, just to add, I've worked with some people who had not received or had gone through a collaborative assessment process and come out as not autistic, but that they were neurodivergent in a wider, under the wider umbrella, and perhaps were experiencing stress, post-traumatic stress and other elements that made them that helped them, I suppose, to claim the term neurodivergence for themselves. And that really was liberating and gave them such freedom. I'm thinking of a few people in particular. It gave them a real freedom that I think walking away from an assessment, being told, no, you're not autistic and you're probably neurodivergent, but we don't know how or what, you don't come in under anything, that could have been really harmful. Whereas being identified as under the wider neurodivergent umbrella was really useful. And I guess I suppose we need to remember always that it's a social construct anyway, isn't it? All of these diagnoses.
Yeah. There's another question here, sorry, and actually it just occurred to me because we didn't give specific advice about this, but it's related to it's what we were just talking about a minute ago. What would you recommend as the starting adaptations towards neuro-affirmative assessment in public service, which specifically requests standardized assessment tools in the diagnostic care pathways? But we are still recommending using the DSM-5 criteria and the ICD-11 criteria, which are the most medical of medical. So what I think that's the thing to bring back to people, to bring back to supervisors, to bring back to team members who are looking for standardized tools. We're not going completely off piste here. We're still using the DSM-5 criteria. It's not, it's not. So I think that is the rationale that you can use. You can say there are currently no standardized tools that are validated for an autistic population. However, we are using the DSM-5 or the ICD-11. We're gathering information and we're mapping it onto DSM-5 and ICD-11. So that is actually quite medical model. Still, and it's something very, everybody recognizes the DSM-5 and the ICD-11. It's just that at the moment there are no tools that are researched. It's a big area of need. But for people who are really still within the medical model, they feel safer. I mean, you should still advocate for systems change around that, but people feel safe when you say, look, we're using the DSM-5 and ICD-11. So I hope that's helpful. So there's a couple of questions about MDT. So is this conducted by an MDT? If yes, how is it separated? Is it completed by two clinicians at the same time? Do you work as an independent clinician throughout the assessment? Do you have a multidisciplinary meeting to formulate an outcome? So the guidelines around for child assessments is that it's done within a multidisciplinary, that formulation is done within a multidisciplinary team. The guidelines for adults actually don't stipulate that they stipulate that it should be multidisciplinary, but not necessarily the actual outcome. So with the adult autism practice, and I'm not saying that it couldn't be done in a multidisciplinary way and that it wouldn't be helpful. We have consultants. So we have a speech and language therapy consultant, we have an occupational therapy consultant who support us through the process of the assessment, through our tools, they come to our peer support meetings, all of those kind of things. So we have input from multidisciplinary team members, but we're not actually, we have discussed this often as a team and in peer support and in supervision that, do we need to bring in, because I know particularly with child assessments, you see, I think what happened a lot of the time is that we all knew, well, we don't know, we thought we knew how to do child assessments, and we've all been doing child assessments for ages, and now suddenly, oh my God, we're supposed to be doing adult assessments now, and nobody knew anything. And so we all just took all these things from child assessments and just transferred it all over. Yeah, we'll do the ADOS with the adults, we'll do this with the adults. So we've been really reflecting on that, and we haven't felt the need for a second we gather so much information and we do it so informed by, there's so many questions that are informed by our occupational therapist and from occupational therapy in general. We have so many informed questions and information gathering from speech and language, and we have access to them if we ever have any questions, that in terms of the diagnosis, or sorry, the identification, it hasn't been necessary. The information has been there, but the multidisciplinary team members are there if we ever needed them. That's specific to us. I think that it could work very well in other teams, that there would be an MDT. It's not that we're saying that there shouldn't be, or there, but we haven't felt it necessary ourselves, considering that we have such great support. Is there anything you guys want to add there about that?
Just to say, I totally agree with you what you said. I think that's not to discount the, I know that's not what you're saying, but it's not to discount the need for the other disciplines at all.
Definitely.
Exactly as you're saying, and that's where, people really need support from SLT around developing their autistic communication, their, identities around that, and from OT in terms of regulation and supports around that. As amongst lots of other things. I'm not reducing those things to those, just those two things, but I think that people really need access to those professionals in the post-assessment support piece. And that's really where they do come in, and they're so vital.
Yeah, I think that too. And well, I suppose I'm not sure if we made this clear throughout the training, but the relationship that the two, that Thriving Autistic and Adult Autism have, is that every single person who's gone through an identification process with adult autism, every single person is offered a session with one of the practitioners in Thriving Autistic. All of them are. And so not everybody avails of it, but everyone can have it. And they can choose from a large team of different professionals, occupational therapists, counselors, psychotherapists, psychologists, coaches, lots of different people who specialize and have an interest in lots of different areas. So exactly that's I think, as you're saying, Maeve, it's just so important in that support piece that there is a team available.
Yeah. So somebody is asking there, does the book delve into differential diagnosis and particularly attachment? Yes. And childhood trauma? Yes. The book covers all kinds of differential diagnosis and identification and considerations. It covers eating disorders. It covers women, not that it needs to be a whole other category. I should have the book in front of me.
ADHD, bipolar.
Yeah, so much. Yeah, there's a
CPD,
huge considerations chapter where all of that is looked into. Yeah. In terms of so somebody's asking about supervision. So we provide, so it was in the information that we sent out. We're going to be, oh, they're turning off the lights on me. We're going to be having so they're not supervision sessions, but they're reflection spaces if people want to join them. And there's going to be at least one autistic psychologist at each of them. And they're reflection spaces to support practice and ongoing change around this. They're not supervision per se. In Thriving Autistic, there is individual supervision in particular areas, like, for example, occupational therapy or maybe psychotherapy. We would like in the future to provide supervision. At the moment, we've been talking as a team about possibly doing small group supervision. At the moment, we're not doing small group supervision, but we might in the future. But we thought that the reflection spaces are a very good interim measure, because we find we have monthly peer support meetings, and we find them really, really valuable. So we think that would be really helpful for people if anyone wanted to come along to those.
I think that'll be so helpful. If anyone is interested, you can email Philomena at training@adultautism.ie for that. But yeah, Thriving Autistic, we have individual practitioners who offer supervision in their own field, whether that be, as I said, occupational therapists, psychologists, coaches, psychotherapists and counselors. And then we do have consultancy services too. So we do review resources for people or for practices or their processes, or we also review lots of research proposals and different ideas people have they want to work on. So and we're hello@thrivingautistic.org if you want to connect with us for that. But though I think those group reflective spaces that Adult Autism are offering will be really useful for anyone putting this into practice, either in assessment or support.
Yeah. Okay, let me see. We just have another 3 minutes left, so I'm sorry that we won't get around to all the questions. Let me just see. Yeah, so some examples. So we're going to show you, in the resource pack, there's some examples of what might be in a neuro-affirmative report and some filled in DSM-5 documentation that you would see. They're sample one, obviously they're not real people that have come for assessments, but examples, so that'll all be in the resource pack. And if when we send the resource pack, there's something that you were interested in that we talked about that isn't there, please do contact us. Absolutely no problem, and we'll see that if we can help.
You've got a follow-up question there about ABA you were going to, I think, grab.
Yes, okay, where is it now? Sorry now, hang on 1 second, my computer's being a bit weird. Oh yeah, so you mentioned that you see the value and importance of learning life skills. Learning any skill involves changing behavior. ABA is the science of behavior change, and its technologies are used in supporting people to develop meaningful life skills. Is it not harmful to reject an entire body of science? So I think, so ABA is a branch of behavioral psychology. What we are talking about specifically is compliance-based behavioral approaches, of which ABA is one. So of course, we're not discounting the entire field of behavioral psychology. Of course not. What we're saying is harmful and has been rejected by the community is compliance-based behavioral approaches, and they are two, that is one small branch of a huge big area. And there's many ways to develop meaningful life skills that come from all different types of modalities and areas, like including behavioral psychology. So, and also, as we talked about earlier, it's also about adapting. So like Tara was talking about, we weren't, CBT, DBT, those kind of things, that it's about adapting what you're using, even if it's a behavioral approach, adapting it to be more neuro-affirmative. Because I know loads of wonderful psychologists who are, it's not my area, behavioral psychology, but I know loads of wonderful psychologists who work within behavioral psychology and have respectful approaches and are wonderful psychologists and are learning from the autistic community and adapting and all of those kind of things. So no, certainly not rejecting anything in entirety. Okay, we'll leave on this one. What has been your experiences in observing shift in gender power in neuro-affirmative approaches? Is it coincidence that today's excellent presenters are women? Identifying and I didn't actually know, I hadn't read this one before I started it out. Identifying and recognizing privilege and ableism is not unlike power over in feminism, racism, homophobia, etc., which so frequently intersect within the autistic community. So, sorry, I'm doing a lot of talking here, but I'll just start by saying, I mean, I agree. I would personally see massive parallels in this movement with movements in the past, like feminism, racism, homophobia. There's massive parallels across the board, and there's massive learning in that. I don't know about the shift in gender power in neuro. I hadn't thought about that before. That's very interesting. Yes, we are.
I really love that I'm leaving this training today with something to be
thinking. I know. I hadn't actually thought about that before. Yeah.
Really interesting.
Yeah, very interesting.
Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, it's a new thing to reflect on, I think. It is, yeah, no, I'm just gonna have to reflect on it more.
I'm gonna have to reflect on that one. I don't know. There are very excellent male psychologists and other professionals who are kind of lead, like Damien Milton, for example, and there's loads. There are
and there's loads of non-binary and trans
and non-binary, true,
autistic professionals. There's some amazing, there's just such amazing. Finn Grattan comes to mind as somebody who has so much to offer. Has written amazing books about trans youth autistic trans youth, and really incredible, insightful perspective, just off the top of my head. But you're right, there's loads of men who just don't happen to be here today.
Yeah, true. Although psychology is predominantly, like certainly in my psychology class, it was predominantly women. But yet, like other areas, then most of the principal psychologists are males. But anyway, that's a whole nother that's a whole other thing that
We have a great mix in Thriving Autistic of
oh, we do.
all genders, you know,
Yeah.
and you
Same
do as well in adult autism practice.
All we do.
Yeah.
We do. Yeah, we have a really good mix. Yeah. Okay, so listen, thank you so much, and I'm so sorry that we didn't get to answer all the questions that are there. I hope that everybody enjoyed today, and we're very open to, there's going to be a survey at the end. I know everybody's tired, but it would be amazing if you could even just take a minute to fill it in, so that we can, you know, improve and learn and make the next one better. So please, if you have any questions, like I said, or if there's anything left out of the resource pack, do get in contact with us. We'd love to hear from you. And if any of you are maybe looking to do adult autism assessments or provide therapeutic support, feel free to contact Thriving Autistic or the Adult Autism Practice. We are always employing,
always looking for more people.
Always looking for more people who are working through this part. So please do get in contact. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. Thank you.